So, good hello.
Good hello. Oops.
Good hello.
Oh, we were
Hello.
Good hello. The helloing
Hello, folks.
is
I'm still
good.
not seeing the stream, by the way.
Bestest
I am.
news.
Oh,
I think.
nope,
Yeah.
found it now.
So at least
Has appeared.
good. Sure.
There
Ow.
isn't. At least I'm done with it.
You've misplaced the chat. Oh no.
Yeah, I can't see it.
What have you? I mean, I can't help you to be
What
honest
did I
there.
do?
Yeah.
No, you can't. It's
Like-
okay. I will learn. I will figure this out.
This one is
By
on you,
myself.
buddy. Yeah. It's on you.
Aha! I found it.
It's very uncomfortable today.
That's not good. It's not a good. Okay, so here we are. Welcome to Starfinder, the Fragments of Eternity, session 118. It is the 22nd of March, 22. So 22/3/22. I'm Ryan, the GM, and here are the players.
What's the other?
You.
Oh, it's me. Oh, you're the Avro appreciator.
Uh-huh.
Hello, I'm Nico. I'm not the Avro appreciator. Shy. I'm playing Zora, best captain.
And hello, I am. And I'm a Colin. I am playing Lyco Quint, sneaky spooky space cop coast to coast.
Hello. I am Callum, and I'll be playing Zig, the mystical space rat from the sun.
Yeah.
That's it.
Just like a random bit, like like scat kind of music at the end there.
There was some scat right there, I like that man.
Ooh, it's getting groovy.
This is us, yep, here we are. If you've ever wondered why this game is taking this long, folks, that's, well, we have reasons.
Yeah, we were setting the mood.
That's it, it's good, I like it.
We're setting a great mood, man.
Yeah, I'm here for that shit. So, yeah. Do you all want to do like Alex's intro for him, since he's not going to join us? He's unable to join us.
And I will not be playing Alex, who's playing Weird, the android mechanic.
There you go. Sorted. Right. What do you remember
Yay.
from last time?
Shuttle.
There was a way to go have dids with Frida or something like that, you know. Their update.
Yep.
Me and Zig were
space
checking out the
copping.
cargo. Yeah. And we found the body of a dwarf whose name may change again.
It's a
And-
Durafet Battlebeard is what we changed it to.
Duracell.
Yes.
Duracell Battlefield, right?
Yeah. Aye, it's close enough for
Keeps on
me.
going, man.
And yes, at some point, what's her name?
Article 1.
Article 1, thank you. Who I
E1.
had contacted turned up. And we stuck about because we weren't sure who it was at first. And then it turned out to be her, and that was fine. But we got a lift, and she started taking us up into orbit, with the implication, of course, being that she's taking us to Babak.
They're staring at kids.
Also, we were specifically there on Versus to begin with to try and see Shakos, but found that she'd been moved out earlier by Helen, who was
Yeah.
probably with Babak at this point. So
Yeah. Anything else? Or is that us caught up?
I think that's about it, isn't it? I could be wrong, but
Yeah, we met Nell Kolchak, the Sharon Commissioner of the Stewards. Right.
oh yeah.
We met them, and yeah, I think that was the only other kind of thing I've got in my notes, other than that dwarf we definitely do not remember the name of. So, yeah.
Oh, rats! I'll tell you what I didn't do.
Rats.
I didn't watch that thingy to find that specific moment.
Neither did I. So yes.
I have
What?
it bookmarked, but
Session
the
33.
part where the captain jump jets away from Zig at a pivotal
Oh,
moment
that
in
one.
this
That
last
wasn't
game.
33. No,
Yeah.
that was right.
That
no,
was
so I mean, you talked about So me and Callum just
42.
we remembered the session. Remember we were discussing it last time, Nico, about how
Is this when you were trying to incriminate me, and I was like, I don't think I did this.
and you defo did, because as soon as he mentioned the scene, I was like, that is the scene he did that.
I don't remember.
So-
You see, you're so small.
When yous were in the basement of the old castle, the ancient palace that Thanaira had, and yous were downstairs in the very, very bowels of the dungeon with the big arena with the dragon bones, and yous were downstairs in it, and remember there was like where the seating is, the audience would sit and look down, there's a big drop into the big kind of like sandy arena. Yous were all down there looking at the bones, and then you were like, you turned to Zig for some reason, and then you were like, right, okay, no worries, and then boosted away.
I can't remember.
And
I'm sorry. Zach.
It's 100% because you could do it, is why you did it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I remember doing it because I could. I could just go jump jets. So it's just like, fuck
Yeah.
it, go jump jets. Let's use them.
Yes.
Like,
Uh-huh.
cool.
It was, well, I'm doing this because I can. And the reason I spelled
Yeah.
that, I don't need any bye. Zoom. And yes, in case it wasn't heard earlier, hello Siren and welcome.
Oh, hey, sorry.
Yes. But yes, so that was definitely a thing that did happen, and I have to admit, because you did it. Like, it was definitely.
I'm pretty sure I did it, man. I remember now.
Mm-hmm. It was as soon as I remembered the location, I'm like, that did happen. Yes.
I didn't mean yeah, bad, did you?
It's okay.
But
I
you can fly
understand.
as well, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but it's not the point.
You don't need jump jets to fly.
Oh dear. So now we remember that far back. Yeah, that was only session 42. Yeah. It was 33. I thought you were talking about the dwarf's name, which should be in session 33.
Oh right, okay, no, I didn't watch that either. To be fair,
It'll be like 32 or 33, but I think it's 33 it'll be in. Because as I said, my notes only go back physically to 34, because I don't know what I did with that other book. So there's a book out there somewhere that has the first 33 sessions worth of notes for this game in it. So good luck to whoever finds that, I guess. Yeah.
it'll be analysed for generations.
Or they'll be coming to section me, one of the two. So let's look at goals. What are those?
Goals?
Talk me through them. What we got?
That would help.
Oh yeah, that's a
I
thing.
was on the right page. Hey.
Have a personal hand in the death of Demigesh. Ongoing.
It is indeed ongoing. Anything else?
Fuck it, I'll give everybody's. Clarify Babak's intentions with the fleet. End Matva's influence or heartbeat. Probably broke both. Fix Finaida's death. Oh, sorry, fix Finaida's the F.
Yeah, there's also FitX, so yeah.
Okay. In that plan with the bioweapons, and listen, they always helping bring in bone sages into the anti-glass plan.
It's one of my favourite phrases you've ever said, Nico.
What?
Just that last goal. Do you read it again for me?
Anti-glass plan?
Just the whole thing, yeah. Just one more time.
Unless somebody else helping bring in bone sages into the anti-glass plan.
Like, they're just... See, when you hear a goal that often, it just becomes like quite, a nice memory in my brain. Like we had some from the Friday game as well, which was it Discover a link between Tieflings and the Abyssal Breach? That was one of
It's
the
also
things.
a mouthful of a goal, to be honest with you. There's a lot of different layers in there.
Yep.
Build/acquire negative energy weapon bomb ?
Yep.
Uncover the bank's involvement in dwarf murder.
Which I love as a goal compared to the rest.
It just right after talking so well.
Yeah.
To be honest, it's a brand new one. And Lupin's
It's 'cause I wrote
it's
it.
Plan B. It's beautiful, man. English major. At
I
what,
love an
man?
English major. To be fair, I didn't minor in anything. It was just an English degree.
Yeah.
English degree, right? You're pretty much a major to me, right? Fucking...
Oh, thank you. Major of English.
Yeah.
And Siren, who
Listed
knows
in
if you read it,
Forces.
I don't think it's worth reading. not ideal. The madness will consume them. But yes. And yes, the last one being, I think, as we all spoke over it, loop in as many allies into Plan B. Yeah. So yeah, those are our goals. Yep. And I think our current whereabouts of everyone is the crew of the final hour, being primarily Zora, Alice, who is undergoing some recovery because nobody mentioned that in the wrap up by the reminder chat. Remember the reintegration process I should say. Progress is good enough too, I suppose. But yeah, Weird did some reintegrating the Alice AI into Alice, the android. And well, I mean, he rolled pretty fucking well because he usually does. Let's face it. So yeah, that will be interesting to see how that goes. And pretty much she'll be like coming out of her expected recovery period, anytime now-ish, as the captain and the crew of the final hour are around Abalon.
So I'm a bit anxious about that.
Yeah.
Be hopeful.
Remember we had that nobody was there to slow the ship down to put it into an orbit. Remember that issue?
Oh,
yeah.
So that was only pilot is gone.
It was when Weird then asked, "What pilots do we have on board?" And you realized none.
Weird's been put into automated pilot mode for the evening.
Yep. And yeah, because I can't remember if we had fixed Finn or not. I don't think so, right? I'm pretty sure Finn was offline.
Finn's offline, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that as well so far. I think Weird will be probably working on that in the abstract in his absence this evening. And then the others, yep, were investigating an unexpectedly discovered murder. Which is surprisingly standard, actually. Unexpectedly discovered murders. And then, yeah, these were taken in a fancy kind of like Corvette, I guess, up into the atmosphere with a Article 1. And Lyko has his suspicions that it's off to see Babak.
Well, more than suspicions, because she did say you have an appointment to keep. And he had asked us to go and meet him. Therefore, I think that is the appointment.
Yes. As I said, strong suspicions. So, yeah, I think that's where we are. So I think we'll start with our favourite captain.
Woo!
Yep. So, you've had your conversation with Thanaida, right, where you arranged to meet face to face. Where would you like to do that with Thanaida? Because she did imply going for dinner. You could have it on your ship. You could have it on her ship. You could go somewhere on Avalon. But
I'll go somewhere on Avalon. Makes sense.
Okay. So you want a book somewhere?
Aye, why not?
Okay.
I think I've got money. I probably don't actually, but like...
It should be listed somewhere, right? We have a spreadsheet for this shit.
I mean, I did have money, but then we spent loads of money. So I've got 21,000. There we go.
There you go.
That seems right. That seems like change I would have.
We also have like a handful of goals to cash in, remember?
Yeah, but I mean, for dinner, it's an expensive dinner. I expect to be like winding down for a go.
Okay, yeah.
A whole damn session towards this dinner.
So, if you're wanting to arrange a dinner, do you want to go, like, you tell me how much you're willing to spend. Is this going to be like a, let's say, average, good for, getting you through the day meal? Is it going to be budget meal, or is it going to be upmarket?
No, we'll go upmarket. Why not? Screw it. Like, what's upmarket, actually? I would definitely check price upmarket and see if we can afford it, because...
Oh, dear.
Best economics, man. Like,
yeah. If it cannot be taken, then I guess I must pay for it.
Leads, we can kill it.
Right, so let's see. Dining.
There's also no, you know what? I'm not even going to make that joke. I had a great joke. I'm not going to make it because I have taste, Ryan.
Why was I being blamed for that?
I don't know. Someone had to be.
Okay, fine. I'll take it this time. That's fine. It's probably my turn anyway. It's usually Callum's fault, so be mine this week. Right. So we've got a good independent venue, a good chain. So yeah, let's say you could have the whole dining experience, you know, a buffet of sorts, for 1,000 credits.
Oft man, make it like super fine dining. Like, like
You want to go even more upmarket than that?
fuck it. 1,000. I was expecting like 10 grand or something, man. Let's go.
Okay, so
It's a
tell you what,
bargain.
right? So upmarket
Spend
meal,
a
right?
million on a gun.
I'm gonna. I mean, remember that food doesn't care what level you are. Like, it's just the game
True.
needs weapons too.
Yeah.
Right, let me 2 seconds. Right, so if the standard buffet dining, right, in an upmarket place costs 1,000, what are you adding to the experience? And I'll price it as we go.
I don't even know about it. I mean,
Hey, you've got a team here, right?
an empty room.
Right, so private room.
What?
Like just an empty restaurant, you know? I don't want fucking
Just an
time to
empty
order.
room. Just
Yeah,
just find somewhere that has a nice empty room and just go and stand in it.
Like an empty, like how much would it be to like hire the dining hall
Right, so you
for
want
the
to
evening?
so
The
you want to hire,
dining.
right, so you want to hire it for the
actual
evening?
restaurant. Yeah.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Okay, the restaurant may be better than dining hall.
Right, so let's see.
Yeah, that's what I meant, a restaurant.
Average,
Right, not a dining hall.
Upmarket restaurant
Good call.
seating
The
number.
establishment.
Let's see.
For I do now.
Right, so what is the average number of tables? Okay, so we're looking at. It says here 15 to 35, so let's just go in the middle and say 25, right? So 25, and not all of them will be buffet, but they'll all have multiple seats. So let's go back to the actual base pricing list for what it would cost to get like a bum on a chair.
Wow.
Dining's going to be like between what? Would the average seating be like 4? Right? Average seating. Because you'd have bigger tables and smaller tables, right? But would there be so many more smaller tables? So would it be the average of 3? Do you think? That's strange, right? Do you see my thinking here? So.
I mean, it's probably closer to 4 than 3.
Okay, so. Okay, so there's that. Okay, let's just do that. Okay, so let's say it would cost you. You've got your all-you-can-eat buffet dining, and then 12 grand will let you like take the evening, like as in you'll have like the ability to take like 2 hours of this restaurant you could book for 12 grand.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Fucking hell.
21 grand, that leaves about 9 grand. That's like.
This is what happens when you spend $1 million on a gun, right?
Yeah, well.
Oh, we're getting an actual service industries person answering here.
Was changed. It's like,
Oh dear. What have we got here? So, average costs. Yeah. But this is also like a restaurant chain that deals biological food on an android planet. So, yeah. It's going to be more. It's an upmarket one at that. Okay, so book a restaurant out for 2 hours.
We don't expect a pay rise anytime soon, by the way. That was off the crew funds.
Oh dear. Dear Christ.
Yeah, Frida's part of the crew as well, right?
I mean, yeah, she is that. She definitely is part of the crew.
I think she was like quite technically like a second in command.
She's a captain.
Much. Wait,
Yeah.
She is a captain of the
Captain
Azure
of our
Flare.
ship.
Yeah. In your fleet, which is why you're admiral, he is a captain. Yes.
well, I guess I've got 3 ships again.
Yeah. Like. So. And if you'd stole the Kivalara, you could add 4. I'm just saying.
We should have stolen it at this point. We're like, Vivac's a cool cunt. Nah.
I mean, regardless of that, I don't think stealing it would really have helped us.
Yeah, I don't want to become
It
enemy
would
of
have
the whole
helped us in the
stewards.
sense of having more ships.
We don't want to be criminals. We want to like incriminate Babak offending. Like,
I don't necessarily want to incriminate him if he's not done anything to
if he's
me.
not done anything wrong, obviously, but
Prove his self-incrimination, if
But
possible.
he's definitely looking sketchy. He's looking pretty
Yeah,
sketchy.
yeah, absolutely. I don't want to stitch him up though. Just so we're clear.
We'll stitch him up if we use a wee bit in the hooky side, though, right? Like,
The what?
The hooky
The-
side.
The
Yeah.
what?
If he's a bit
The
hooky,
hooky
yeah,
side.
you never heard that?
That's a wee bit hooky.
Yeah.
What?
You've never heard that before, no?
Well, I don't think repeating it is just going to help him, right?
What are you people talking about? What the fuck is happening here?
Hooky means a bit dodgy.
Yeah.
That's
Callum, does this mean
Mhm.
anything to you?
Hmm.
like a hooky copy of like a DVD, for example.
No, what is this? Is this Glasgow talk?
Maybe.
Strange southerner language.
Strange southern language.
I mean, they're northern to me, but you know
You're all southern to me. It's
that. Yes, we are. Yeah, that's the. Siren. One of my friends went to like a friend's wedding recently, and it just like the expense is horrifying, and like they had like their own private booth where it was like recreating. I didn't understand really, but it was like trying to recreate like this club they all went to when they were teenagers, but except it was just a private thing for them. But it must have been in a venue because it was described as like a private booth, and it was like hundreds of quid that my friend didn't have, and it just sounded like a horrible nightmare to me.
Yeah. Imagine just everybody
she
going to
enjoyed
the
herself,
catty as
you know.
opposed to trying to
Yeah.
recreate the catty. You would just go.
I'd just go to Catty.
Yeah.
I'm thinking I might go to Catty in a couple of weeks because it's free entry with my tickets to Ghost. So,
Oofed.
anyone want to go and see Ghost? Siren, do you
I'd
like
love
Ghost?
to, but
I think Siren's already potentially going to see Ghost.
Siren, are you going to see Ghost?
I cannot remember where she fell on that because friends that of Sirens are going to see Ghost.
Ah, cool.
Yes.
Yeah, Callum, you'd be invited, but I don't think that's plausible.
it's going to be very difficult.
You just don't try hard enough, Callum. Really, to be
I
fair,
don't
to
actually
do all that
You
effort
don't
and
try hard
expense.
enough to live in the mainland is really my takeaway.
Yeah. The older I get, the more the country bumpkin life suits me. So
That's how the islands
The
get you.
older I get,
As the youngest here, it does hurt me that you say that.
by like a margin.
Mm-hmm. Although not as young as I thought he was.
I would love the island life, man. People
Oh, we know
suck.
you, mate.
Right.
You are a fucking hermit.
You're right, mate. I'm proud, man.
People literally talk
Okay,
about using
Mystique.
smoke signals to reach you, right? Like that is the Nico lifestyle.
Yes.
Also, oh nice. Yeah, I'm going to go see Ghost at the Hydro. If you somehow figure out who I am, come say hi.
Mm-hmm. Oh dear. Again, if I had any form of stability, with my new employment, I would have went to this event because I do quite like what I've heard of Ghost thus far.
Ghosts are great. They're a lot of fun and they put on a good show.
Yeah. So
Mm,
that's
yeah.
not just because I haven't been to a gig since the last one we went to, Colin, which was Glory Hammer.
Oh god, yeah, that was a wee
Oh,
while ago now.
Yeah. So yeah, I wouldn't mind going to another one, to be perfectly honest. But anyway, back to the game that we're here to play, not talk about gigs, or like doxing where we all live. So
come visit me, somebody, anyone.
I'll visit you someday, I promise.
me too, because I'll have money to actually fund such a trip. Remember, you owe me your company in the castle one evening. Remember?
Yeah,
As
Ooh,
per our deal.
my.
Rent out the castle.
Yes. It's as sordid as you
Again,
want it
it's
to
a
be.
wedding. Oh
Yes.
my god.
Oh
The pricing,
God.
the pricing for weddings there is ridiculous.
I like the way you said it, like it is secretly a wedding. Like I like that you say that.
Yeah.
Join me for an appointment at the castle. You know, I watched The House on Haunted Hill last night.
That was
weirdly
a
enough.
very Alan Rickman voice.
I
It
was
good.
aiming for Vincent Price, but I can't
yeah, it was
do
quite- it-
Vincent Price.
Well, anytime
so it
anybody
came out
asks
as
you-
Alan Rickman.
if anybody wants you to ever do an Alan Rickman impression, aim for Vincent Price is what I would suggest. So anyway, Zora.
Possible Alan Rickman.
Yes.
Zora, you've
Yes.
booked out the restaurant
Hell yeah.
For your 2-hour
Oh, yeah.
period, right? Your upmarket restaurant. Let's see, restaurant name generator.
This all started because I asked what hooky was.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, probably.
I'm genuinely surprised we heard that, to be honest. I'm genuinely.
Let's not get back
I've
into
already
it.
heard it.
Let's not get back into it.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Sorry.
Give me.
See if it was a snacky place. There's a really good cookie joke you could make because it's Abalone and androids, right?
Yeah. No. Yeah. But it wouldn't really make sense
No, not for like
for it to be.
Yeah. Nico, what's a good android meal/pun name for an
Bites.
android?
Something related to bites.
Oh, that's a good one, aye. Well, nibbles as well, right? I mean, you've got like everything's eating at the end of the day. Like,
I feel like my reboot knowledge really came in handy here, Callum.
Yeah.
Bite size.
Obviously, there's a burger store that's got like the gigabyte, and it's just a massive burger.
Well, I was about to say, surely it has to be.
be.
It would have to be something like gigabytes. It couldn't be, nibbles because it's not like a snack place, right? So yeah, I guess it's just called gigabytes. That's what it's called now.
Gigabytes are probably quite small by the standards of this setting, though. To be fair.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's
kind of like a hipster thing because.
Oh, okay. Right.
With prices like that, you're damn right it's a fucking hipster thing.
Or maybe it can be like terabyte, but it's just a picture of an android that's called Terra.
Yeah, I mean, could be. Yeah. Or just the fact that Sanaida and Zora are going to there, like that's terrifying enough. Yeah. What's because you get terabytes and how much bigger is like a teraflop? I can never remember the difference between them.
Actually,
huge. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. What is that?
Let's see what a teraflop is.
So it's a measurement of computer's power rather than like specific.
12 trillion drop.
Okay. A unit of computing speed equal to 1 million 10 to the power of 12 floating point operations per second.
It's technically like 12 times faster. I don't know, man, if that's it. It actually works out, but like a terabyte's a trillion, and that's 12 trillion a teraflop. So, like, I mean, layman's maybe.
Right, so
yeah, I'm an English graduate, as we've discussed in this, so this means nothing.
So we've got petabytes after terabyte.
Yeah, and then yottabyte after that. And that's where my knowledge ends.
Yeah, and then we've got yottabyte after that, and then you've got xenobyte. Sorry, xenotabyte. Is it? Thank you.
Okay,
then you've got shalenobyte. And then oh god,
where did he get these names?
And
these
then
aren't
wait for it. This name, how the fuck? I'm gonna give it a go, but am I gonna even give that a go? I don't know. So we've got a.
Give a link. I'm interested.
Dom. It's just Google. Dom Gemegrotabyte. Fucking hell! I'll just put that in Roll20's chat. That can be other people's problem.
See, okay.
It's like that moment in.
This is also how we get
where
nothing
you discover, like the divisions of notes have names like semiquaver, and then you've got a hemi-semiquaver, and then you've got a hemi-demi semiquaver.
Hemi-demi
just keeps going. Hemi-demi semiquaver. It's just brilliant. It's awesome.
Sure.
I hate it so much.
Quarter-decillion. That's a good one. Yeah.
Fun story about Michelin stars, actually. Reading Siren's thing. I have no idea if this is true or not, but if it is, I think it's great.
The best way to start a story in my mind.
Yeah, I have no idea if this is true, but I believe it. So obviously Michelin star is the Michelin tire company. So they invented this restaurant rating system so people would drive to faraway restaurants and wear out tires so they'd start buying tires.
If that's true, that's fantastic because it's so fucking contrived.
Because the problem was, at that time, no one was driving that much.
Enough to,
because
yeah.
There's cars weren't like that accessible, and people weren't doing enough distance to wear out their tires.
Do you remember at the start of, I think it's Meaning of Life? It's one of the Python things anyway. There's the scene in the bank. Or I think it's meant to be a bank, and they're having like a meeting, and like people aren't wearing enough hats. Enough hats for what? It's anyway. That's what it reminds me of a little bit.
There we go. So we're calling it now. Right, we've bought myself enough time. It's going to be called Shylent Night Restaurant and Bar, and that's because there is Shylent no bite, which is all of those zeros bytes. It's a lot of bytes.
The pun is done.
It is done. Yes, it's all right.
Hey, that's it's a decent amount of zeros.
Yeah. So we're
Yeah.
sorted. Oh dear. Right. So when you're arranging this with Zenaida, when do you want to go, Nico? Anything you want to do
Numbers
before you
shouldn't
go?
get that high.
They probably should.
Not much. I mean, I'd probably like wait about as long as he is. Like if Alice gets up in about probably like a night, so probably the next day, maybe.
Sure. Yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
Yep. Gives you some time to try and get her back up and running. Yeah. While that's happening, then
What I can do as I get her up and running, but I was a bit like anxious, so I'd try to make sure that was alright.
So yeah, do you do anything with your day then besides spend a lot of the ship's money?
Nothing specific, probably.
What are you gonna wear to the restaurant?
Oh fuck, man! I don't know.
Just your armor, like.
I mean, that's my uniform. I do have a dress uniform. I'd probably wear that. Probably hate it, but I've got one to wear it.
Vesk dress uniform is in fact just spikier than their armor. Like
it's just second armor.
It's the armor we don't wear. It's the cleaner armor. That's all. That's the only difference. Yep.
I think this would literally be the first time I've wore it the whole game.
Like yeah,
It's
like
just been
actively
like-
choosing to wear it. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I like it. Right. While you're getting yourself ready, we'll move over to the other two who are slightly in the past. I think that's how we worked out. But
Probably.
who knows? Zig's with you. It's pretty safe bet. So yes, you are about to break orbit. Obviously Article 1, these are essentially it could be described as a fairly luxury limo. So yeah, quite a heavy duty looking kind of piece of tech, and as I mentioned before, it is pretty top of the line. This would not be steward standard issue.
No.
This would be what an absolute rich kind of playboy would have to zoom around the system in. So yeah. Any particular conversations you want to have, or he's happy just to let the thing hit orbit?
I'm cool.
You're not there, so don't worry about it, man.
We swapped.
You're
I'm purely.
you're decidedly not here.
Cool.
Just door opens, Zora walks in. Sorry, guys.
Just walks in through the airlock.
Wobbles.
Fair.
Well, I would probably ask Article 1. I don't know. How do I approach that? I think I can just be direct and say, just should I just address obviously my expectation that it's Babak? Do I just explicitly say that? I'm not sure, but
I don't know. Callum, any thoughts?
I mean, I suppose you could. It depends, obviously, how likely it is that they're on Babaks like explicitly on their side or involved or
Probably quite likely.
Yeah.
She's definitely someone of an unusually high position, considering her tasks, and clearly
Mhm.
as well reimbursed. So you could perhaps assume that they're that she's maybe someone that he values as a source, because if she's ferrying important people around, she's bound to hear things.
yeah.
She was quite talkative when I saw her. Um,
Quite personable, right? Yeah, she gets quite sociable, etc. Yeah.
but even if she is very on his side, as it were, does that make it actually? Does that make actually still? Does it change that we are headed there anyway? Right? Does it? It might be perfectly harmless to address the fact anyway, because what's she gonna say? Unless we're headed to somewhere completely different, and why would we be? And then it might be a little
Yeah.
bit, So I think I probably am fine to just broach the subject.
Yeah. And I guess at the end of the day, you probably eventually need to speak to somebody
I mean, if
about it to get
Shakos is
some sort
gone
of
that way
information.
anyway, right? It's like
Yeah.
so. Okay, let's get into character then.
I will also remind you that until you hit drift, you always have the chance to just teleport away.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So just
Well, this
yeah.
might be a good opportunity to
We've got an out.
sort of
It's not the end of the
Mhm.
course yet.
we've got the opportunity to figure out whether or not that's something that we might need to
The
do.
staring at kids.
Okay. So she just said,
We
you've
get
got
the
an appointment to
Yeah.
keep, right?
It can either be
So I think,
it can either be right after this, or it could be like maybe some time later. Because remember, breaking orbit takes like about an hour. So
No, I'll go right after that, because it would feel natural to do so.
okay.
Right on a glance. Yeah, glance at Zeg sort of knowingly, giving a kind of meaningful look. We're brain connected, yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
and say to him sort of internally. So she's presumably taking us to Babak.
I would assume so.
I'm gonna see what she says, and then I would just say, Babak, as a question. I mean, I would assume dressed us to the ship.
And she kind of like looks up from like her data pad. She was clearly giving us like busying herself, and she looks up and goes, "Is there a question in there?" And she's like, "Officer."
Yeah, this would be. How do I put that? We would be headed for coordinates in the diaspora. Correct?
Just like she's smiling pleasantly at you, and she blinks and she says, "Would it matter?"
Shrug.
And she smiles at both of you, and she she doesn't. Again, you notice Sig as well. She's quite personable the way that it's like when she's talking, she won't ignore that you're in the room as well, if that makes sense.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Like she is like acknowledging you as she's speaking to.
Oh, she's good.
So she's definitely playing host very well, at least.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
goes, like she'll respond to that saying, "Do you have any reservations about keeping your appointment?"
I don't recall agreeing to any meeting. But of course, he has the authority to summon me anyway.
And she like clicks her fingers and points at you when you say it to us. "You kind of did agree when you signed back up to the stewards, though, right?" And she kind of like, again smiles pleasantly. She puts her pad down with that, like crosses her like arms and over like her chest and says, "Is there a however, a but, moreover coming my way?" She just leans back.
Well, generally, if someone asks you to attend the meeting, you await a response. But I realize I have been a little delayed in getting back to him.
And your delays weren't official delays, were they?
How do you mean?
Nothing that was assigned to you via the stewards.
That's not quite correct.
She like raises an eyebrow curiously.
It's more ambiguous than that, but I believe a number of matters that I have been brought in outside stewards intersect with the case that I have specifically been working within.
Okay. And this makes you question, when you're told to jump, your response should be how high? She smirks. You can tell she's being playful, you could maybe read into, if you want to give me a sense motive, maybe? That's maybe not the worst time
I
for
can
one.
give you a
Yeah?
sense motive. It's a 43.
Yeah, you can guess that she might not know everything that you know. She clearly doesn't have suspicions, or she doesn't seem to. It's almost like she's been told by the boss, bring him in so I can give him a telling off. Right? There's definitely that vibe in the conversation where she's like, you were off doing stuff and not reporting in. Is maybe the tone here.
Okay.
So yeah, and she just kind of looks at you and is like, so what were you doing then? If it was so important.
I spark a little.
And when you say it, goes, you didn't call, she says, again teasingly.
I've been carrying out some investigations.
She kind of nods at that and goes, I did offer my help if you needed it.
And I eventually did get in touch when I needed it.
She smirks again. She goes, not before I was pulled off my leave, unfortunately.
Sorry.
She puts her hand and goes, it's technically not your fault. Technically.
You know where we're going? Yeah. Have you been?
She kind of smiles and goes, we're going to where I was told to go, with you, in tow. And she smiles and goes, seems like you know where we're going.
I flash up the coordinates on my pad, the ones he sent me. Like, here?
She just kind of nods, just once, and so you knew he was waiting on you, you had the location, and you still chose to do whatever you were up to, so please. It's a long trip.
Oh, she's good.
Ow.
I think this is all Zig's internal monologue.
Cheering for the other side, Zig.
No, this is all in brain speak.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't clear quite how official a summons it was, or perhaps it'd have been more responsive.
Perhaps I might have raised some flags he didn't want raised. Who knows?
That wouldn't be shocking.
But you could have inquired.
I could have.
Hence me. She just kind of like shrugs at that.
But they presumably waited for me to contact you before using you to bring me in.
Oh, I just used your comm signal to find you. That's all. I was looking.
See.
Well, you were tracked going to Avalon.
Yeah. Not if I can help it.
I just nods like once with that. Which implies she's probably read your file since last you spoke.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. She knows that he does not care for the place. It is his whole world, etc., etc.
Just to like maybe there's like a line of you getting like requests to be reassigned to different things that involve
Yeah.
never going back there. Yeah.
I think she probably just knows like there. Yeah, she'd know enough to know there was a story there.
Yeah, she won't know the story obviously, but it definitely is enough of a paper trail in your career to be like, you never went back. Yeah, why is that? You in fact specifically asked to never go back by swapping all your assignments that may have led you there, because you were from there, obviously. It makes sense to use somebody, but no.
Well, we are now.
You're a Zig,
I
right?
mean, it would have
She
been.
just turns, she immediately turns to Zig.
Sorry, I won't interrupt.
Yes.
So what's he up to? She just like thumbs over it. Michael.
Raised eyebrow.
Um. Brain speak. What do I say? She's good.
Whatever comes naturally, kid.
Oh my god. Colin!
Listen!
What isn't he up to?
I knew it'd be good. It'd be nice. See?
And she looks at you a bit more serious, like her brow furrows a little bit, and she goes, are you saying that you have evidence that could incriminate an officer of the Stewarts? She holds it for like half a beat longer than maybe like that bead of sweat on your forehead manages to hold, and then she smirks at you.
I don't think he said she said counts as evidence, so no. Zig like is like furiously trying to like keep back like any sort of like expression of this is horrible, please stop talking to me. But he's probably not doing a very good job.
No, take it easy on him. He's a mystic, not a cop.
She just like puts like the hands up gesture. Like, hey, I only asked. As I said, it's a long trip.
I mean, would have been easy to find me if I'd known where Shakas was being moved.
She gives you a look and says, the officer you've had history with, they've moved her?
My understanding.
She raises an
Quite
eyebrow.
suddenly.
Huh.
Late yesterday, early this morning, I'm not clear.
She has like nods, as if like mulling that over. And just shrugs. People get moved.
Sounds like she's gone where we're going.
Kind of just nods slowly, going, very potentially.
That's what confuses me.
I think if you have that thought out loud, Zig, where you go,
Yeah, definitely.
she'll look at you and resemble us. Any thoughts, Mystic?
How often would someone be moved without someone of, I guess, your standing know about it?
And what's my standing? And she smiles widely at you.
You seem rather important, I think. And then I think he tries to like take her in for like the first time, like properly, like maybe you look more important than other people.
She looks at you, Lyko. Like her look probably says a lot. And she goes, I can see why you keep him around, Lyko.
And you?
And she just laughs, kind of more to
Besides
herself.
which, I don't keep him around. The kid's very much my equal.
He's like a virus. I can't get rid of him.
She looks at you, it's like, when he says that, and goes, Kit? It's like, you're, she kind of like does a thing where like her eyes, where she can like clearly is sizing you up. She goes, probably heading towards middle-aged, right?
Yeah. But you know,
They-
it's all relative,
I
isn't
mean,
it?
what are you, like 20 or something?
That depends, right? Good question.
Don't answer. It's fine.
So I guess he'd be like 13 now.
Yeah, you'll be 13, yeah.
Because he caught up the year, didn't he?
Yep.
Yeah. So he's 13.
See,
yeah.
yeah, exactly. I thought that's even younger than I thought. Actually, you probably told me this before. Anyway,
Well, Yosoki go into maturity at like 11 or 12.
Okay.
I mean, sure. I know you're an adult. But I've said this before. It's like I call him the kid because comparatively, I've been around a while. I may not look.
She smirks at that, and that, like, you know that thing where like she's kind of rolling her eyes, where she's like, "Yeah, no shit," is the expression she's saying without saying it.
Yeah, I'm only. He sort of tries to, think for a moment. 40, maybe. You've seen my file. How old am I?
She looks at it and she goes, "Are we counting living years or the extra ones?" And she
total,
just laughs.
Overall, I'm not sure.
That was mostly her being rhetorical. I'm not fucked counting that.
It's there is an answer to this officially
Yes.
somewhere, but you know what Colin slots count, and it's in my mind that's fine. Lyko doesn't remember either. It doesn't come up often anymore. I don't really celebrate birthdays.
Then she gives you a final look and goes, "Is this insensitive, but do you celebrate your death day?"
I was just about
Yeah.
to say.
It'd be a strange thing to celebrate. So not really.
I think if I'd survived it, I'd probably celebrate it.
If I remember, and sometimes I don't, I'll try and do something to commemorate it.
She nods.
But more and more I don't remember it, and I kind of like it that way.
She nods and puts like a hand up as if, almost the "sorry I asked if it was insensitive" vibe.
Yeah. He sort of waves it off. It's probably the most interesting thing about me, let's be honest.
No.
And she looks at you like, and like kind of smiles and looks back at you like to see if there's like
you're
a follow up.
What is the current year? What is current year?
Well, we're like from wherever the game started, because we did start on the exact year the game wanted us to start, right?
So FOE 1, I guess?
Yeah, so it's FOE 1. Or I guess
1.
I was gonna say before 0,
I think Lyko is about 45.
Yeah, because we're at least 1 year ahead of the start of the game in universe time.
I think we're probably closer to 2 at this point. So
We are
I'm
very
putting
close to 2,
Lyko
yeah.
about 45 years old.
Okay.
So he will think for he will not be visibly thinking. It will just like suddenly come to him, and then it'll maybe be obvious that he was thinking about it in the background.
Because I think
45.
what age is Zora?
And so that is older. He's like
Yeah.
probably 55 actually. I
Yeah.
think 50 or 57 because I'm pretty sure he started at 55.
Yeah.
It's all relative though. Like, how
Yeah.
long do vests live?
Yeah.
Probably did in about 10 years.
Yeah.
They don't live to their natural life expectancy as a rule, probably.
Yeah. Generally.
I don't know if he'll make it to 45.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's maybe
Well, he
beyond
might
scope.
with his mystical means, but
Mhm.
I don't know.
How old is Weird?
Weird is very
matter.
old. Yeah.
or, well, I guess
Well,
he's
Weird
like,
is very
what,
young,
a
but
year?
Nyx, the line of Nyxes have
the
lasted.
sequence.
Yes.
I'm just trying to see like how long wizards would actually live, right, and see how it is like relative to
I
size.
heard wizards. That's what I heard you say was wizards, and I know it wasn't what you said.
Wizards live well.
12 to 20 years.
Well, it depends. Like some reptiles are very long lived.
3 to
Some aren't.
50. 3 to 50.
Wow.
Yeah, probably like that's like the high end, like 3 to 50. But yeah. There you go.
So is that
I
50
guess-
years old or 350 years old?
Oh, 3 to 50
Oh, okay.
years old.
Oh wow, Yosoki will.
But that's quite old for like relative
Go
to
to
size. I mean,
60
people
plus.
just tend to list
Yeah.
There you go.
time.
I like that we're at session 118. We're learning how old we are.
And I
Yep.
think I can
Age of
live for like
maturity,
200-300 years.
Yeah, you get like a weirdly indefinite amount of time to lament your afterlife, and lack of, sadly. Silly Pharasma. So, yeah, I think that particular conversation obviously continues for a bit. There's maybe small talk unless you're wanting to push a specific conversation with her.
I don't know that we're getting anything particular out of her because I don't know that she knows much.
The impression you're getting,
had to make was
yeah,
indicating otherwise.
The impression you're getting is that she doesn't think anything bad is happening as a result of this. Not that I'm saying there is. I'm just saying that's not the impression. It's not like she's going, ha ha ha, I'm taking you to the evil man. Like,
Well, unless Zeg wants to answer any more of her questions.
I'll
So-
happily tell her everything about Lyko in a non-informative sense.
so mind linking with her and then seeing what time period you end up in. Yeah.
Don't do that. Would be my recommendation.
Yeah,
Do it.
no, don't worry. I've learned my lesson.
Do it, Sega
it.
King.
This the last time you mind linked with a person, a woman on public transport.
That isn't the last time he's mind linked. That was just one of the last times.
But he was young and dumb. Now he's just
Young and
I
Tom
don't
just
know.
turned
He's
21.
mature now. He's 13, man.
he's a whole
Yeah.
year older, man. Since then,
Oh dear. Yeah. Okay.
that's
So
like Kudun rat years, right?
Mhm.
That's like massive.
Red years.
So, about 2 hours pass, right? I don't know if he's discussing anything in mind comms or whatever, but yeah, about 2 hours pass. She's clearly like, busying herself with whatever she's got on her data pad.
I think Zig might nap.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
an hour or so.
Sure. Obviously, by this point, you have already hit into drift. For that 2 hours to then start passing.
That's nice.
And then 2 hours pass, and then you drop out of drift.
Uh-oh.
Well, that was quick.
Big stretches.
And she-
Unless that wasn't on purpose.
And then like she's like still flicking through her pad unfazed, and she looks up and she's like, "Well, we're mostly on autopilot. I wouldn't worry." This is like, well, you know how fast travel works in this game, like,
Yeah.
so, yeah,
She has a very high drive number.
yes. I mean, you could ask her if you wanted. She seems fairly.
No, I think I'm happy
Yeah.
with that response.
And she'll just kind of look to both of you, and if you both look fine with the situation,
Mhm.
like that immediate worry is past, she'll just kind of like, okay, and then like go back to her, like whatever it is again she's doing. And we can assume she's filing indiscriminate reports. So, yeah, the you can feel like the movements of the again the Corvette, and then eventually like her like datapad starts like making some like alert noises. She obviously like works away on it, and gives like an authorization code, and then you feel like the Corvette like land like on a surface. It's a bit of a thud. But you just can't look at, like, there's no windows in this to look outside, so there's probably like fake windows, if that makes sense, like screens that would have been put there to kind of like add atmosphere to the kind of luxury setting, but nothing that actually looks outside. Then she gets up, like unbuckles, gets up, and then puts like her pad onto like, you know, a little kind of holster thing in her belt as it kind of collapses. And then she says, "The benefits of a class 5, huh?" And she opens the door.
Yeah.
Mm.
Obviously, I'll
Yeah.
get up and.
And then like the thing opens up, and then she steps out. And you're in, like, clearly you're in like a big hangar bay. Very reminiscent of the Line in the Sand kind of like hangar bay. A lot of people moving around, and there's a kind of like official looking kind of steward kind of aide there. You've probably seen them before a bunch of times. I feel like Officer Sanchez was somebody we had.
We did have, I'm pretty sure,
yeah.
Sanchez.
Yeah, so we could just say it's
So
Sanchez again.
I will address them as such.
Mm-hmm.
Sanchez, is it?
Good memory, Quint. Nods, and then says, and this is quickly looks up file on datapad. Zig.
Indeed.
And it says here you're otherwise known as the Burning Sun.
Yes.
Okay. And they just nod like the okay is like that mild curiosity, but this isn't the setting to ask.
I think as Zig like says yes, he would do like a not like a big like deep bow or anything, but like a slight kind of like
Yeah.
mystical nod.
Yeah.
I don't think Lyko even knows how you got that nickname.
Yeah.
To be fair.
And
it's from church, you know.
It's true. To be fair, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he's not often, I guess, recently referred to as his monastery name. So.
Yep, his moniker, I guess. Yeah. It's pretty terrible, but I'll take it. So yeah, essentially, I had to escort you to quarters as soon as you have arrived. So here you are. Let's go. Do you have any baggage? And then I think as you say that, like as like Sanchez says that to you both, I think Article 1 does pass him by and just like hit him on the shoulder like playfully and be like, "Ha," and just keeps walking on.
No, baggage free.
And he kind of looks down at you as well. I think Sanchez was male last time.
You know what? It's a free country.
So looks down at you, Zig, for the yay or nay on baggage.
Zig just like raises it like a hand in denial of baggages.
Well, follow me, and then off they walk. It says, "You've been on this class of ship before, is that right, Quint?"
That's correct.
Impressive, aren't they?
They are. There's something.
And kind of like, you can tell he's clearly wanting to ask more about that, but he doesn't. And then after a bit of time, you get through into clearly like where like crew quarters are assigned. I like these are both in here, unless you wanted individual rooms.
Zig's not fussed.
Yeah, not fussed either.
Almost like mild panic as he was like, "Oh, I should have asked that first." Like then, and use both a key card. And says, "This will be yours."
Thank you.
Oh no problem. Babak will be in touch. So be ready. And he kind of just like weirdly leaves the corridor at that point.
Sure.
In, brain speak. I think he'll be Never mind. You think he'll be back shortly? is what I
But
was
back
going to
shortly.
say.
That's fucking terrible. Take 4
I
damage.
know.
No, you should say it because
You know
then
what,
I
I'll
can just
take
look
it.
down. This, I think, because I can see an amazing end to that scene, which is just him mentally saying that, like the two of them standing, looking out the door. He says that internally to Lyko, and Lyko just looks down at him, disappointed.
Door closes. The look of
I
shame.
think Zig's like stifling actual laughter. It's like it's been a while since he's been able to crack any sort of joke.
Oh dear. Right. Okay. Anything you want to say in the room to each other? It's fairly Spartan. It's like bunk beds ultimately.
Yeah, you know, normal
Is there
stuff.
like a crappy coffee machine or something?
There's probably some kind of like food, like replicatory thing in this room. Yeah.
Zig would, I guess, grab a couple of coffees because you know those Lyco likes.
I will accept the coffee.
Yeah.
I think Zig's trying to attune his tastes to coffee more now. So yeah.
Short rest for an hour, attuned to a cup of coffee, feel good about
Mhm.
life. Yep.
It's still it's still like super sweet like chai latte type thing. Pumpkin spice equivalent. Let's say.
How much spice are you putting in this fucking cup of coffee? Because you've got coffee, chai,
Chai,
and then pumpkin
I mean, that's
spice.
it. That's a tea coffee.
Yeah.
tea coffee, yeah.
I mean, to be
Oh.
fair, yeah, that's something I can see Zig
Yeah.
drinking.
Yep.
He's just selecting
First
the
sip,
options.
and it's
It's
just
like,
all
oh, yeah,
the
one of
fur
those.
stands on in for a second. Just slowly glows with every sip. Yeah. Okay. Yep. So I like to believe that when you give you ask for like coffee black first of all for a Lyco and MSI.
Of course.
And then you ask for your order and it just confirms like please confirm order. And you do confirm.
Yeah. I think it's like he goes coffee with and then he asks like what shots are there or what things can I put in it, and then the big list comes up and goes, oh, one of those. Oh, I've not tried that. One of those.
Yep, that's true, Siren. It is very much
Yes.
becoming a cocktail rather than a coffee.
A cocktail.
Yes. So
The beast.
you get your bucket of syrups, and hot water. Like, or you get your black coffee, and if there's anything you wish to discuss before I switch back to Zora.
I'm not sure there's much to.
I don't think so. I guess it's a case of just deal with what happens when it happens.
Isn't that just the way of this campaign now?
Just chat shit
Yep.
until they turn up,
Mhm.
and chat more shit.
Play cards or something. Get your holodeck out. As it
Oh
were.
no! Remember, I have actual cards.
Do you though?
Oh, it's probably not with me.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, I mean you could have them if you really wanted. I could imagine it'd be something you carry with you if you were stubborn enough. And Lyko kind of is set in his ways. So
You never know when you're going to get taken prisoner, man.
yeah,
Yeah.
they disable all electronic forms of fun. So you're like, well, physical deck's hard to turn off.
Imagine like each square of like Batman's utility belts actually got like a deck of cards on
Just every one of them. Yep.
it.
He needs them for when he fights the Joker, right?
Here's my card.
So anyway, meanwhile, Zora. Anything you want to do before you're at the restaurant?
Nah,
Okay.
I'm good.
Are you meeting her there, or are you picking her up?
Well, that's a strong independent woman.
So yeah, do you want to see if you can get there before she gets there, or do you want to get there after she gets there? What would be Zora's preference there? Like, where's the sign of dominance there for Zora?
I would be bang on the fucking allotted time because it sounds Vesk.
Okay, yep. Yep. I'm going to make a roll because I can't decide if I want her to have arrived early or if I want her to be bang on time as well. Because then I like the idea you just meet outside. Yeah. Okay, bang on time it is. Oh
Hey.
dear.
What's this?
So yeah, like he's both like, get out of your, I guess, like, I assume you would have taken the shuttle down somehow. It was piloted by Weird, obviously. And then yous were, you taxied it over here, I assume, in some fashion, as does did she.
Nah, Weird just drops me off right in the front.
Right, just
like
most obnoxious fucking Vesk drop shuttle. Just walking down the ramp, adjusting your dress uniform.
yeah.
Yep, you probably get shouted at by a bunch of like Abalonians. But yeah, and then yeah, like she like is out of a limo. Clearly, it's car service that she steps out of, and she just looks and just laughs, and she goes, "Well, you are one for making entrances."
Yeah.
Flashes back to the montage of you running through door after door after door, and Zora just looking pleased with himself.
Absolutely. Go keep it efficient.
And then he says, "Well, it seems like you've picked a charming place." After you,
Well,
she gestures to the door.
yeah, sure, why not? Go. It's a strong, independent woman.
Is that just going to be your go-to? And yeah, like you're seated. And then she kind of looks at you and she says, "So you said you had things to discuss. Are we waiting for our food, or are we discussing it before? Will it spoil the meal?" She puts like a hand up, kind of like teasingly.
Let's eat first.
She nods, goes, serious conversation then.
Perhaps.
If it were summer, it could be a serious conversation. That maybe doesn't make any sense. It depends. Can you see serious from this system?
Probably not. Like,
Does this actually
So
exist in our
serious.
universe? Is this a completely different reality?
I mean,
Serious system.
Galarian is kind of the third rock from the sun here, right? So, or it would have been. So, yeah.
That's what the freelancers like.
Mm.
Don't go serious, mate.
Yep. Or Gamma Draconis.
Or the power of Han Solo and every man.
But yeah, so he's obviously order your food. She goes, "Did you really buy out the entire restaurant for us?" And she kind of looks at you. She looks around at the completely empty place with all the wait staff, like just pretty much waiting on yous.
I don't like crowds. I mean,
She laughs just so loudly at that. And she just looks at you and she says, "I could never have guessed."
I mean, I saw myself as a people's risk.
She laughs again. And she says, "Okay." And she looks around and then she looks at, like, you know, the meal that she's probably finished. Probably some, like, horrendous carnivore massacre that's on the table currently between the two of you.
Saw horrendous carnivore massacre at King Tut's in 1996.
I was
I
waiting
didn't
for
see
it.
anything King Tut's in 1986. I was 8. Was I 8? I was 7.
Oh dear. That's depending
Do
on
not
which...
dox me, chat.
Yeah. Oh. So, Alexander, if you are monitoring in the secret background of this session, I am laughing. So anyway, she looks at you over the former meal. Says, "Are we having dessert, or are we having a conversation?"
I guess we can get into the conversation.
Yes, let's perhaps save the dessert as some kind of salve in case it's required, shall we?
So I heard about your situation, and I would
She looks at you and goes, "Oh
imply-
yes, which one?"
the health situation.
And like you can tell, like her body language shifts ever so slightly, And she goes, ah. Hence the meal. Is this my final meal? You should have said I could have ordered more.
No, just a bit of payback, I guess. Done a lot.
That's how to phrase it, yeah.
It's
sure.
the most Vesk
Oh,
way to
like-
phrase that. It was so aggressive. I liked it.
No, I mean, I feel pretty guilty, to be honest. I mean, you were on that planet because we went there. Yeah,
I chose to go.
that's true. But, I mean,
She puts she reaches out over the table and like physically puts her hand over the top of yours. Like you can feel her like grip quite tightly, through the scales on your hand, and she says, "I chose to go, Zora. This isn't on you or anyone else."
yeah, perhaps you're right.
She lets go and like kind of sits back a bit, and she goes, "If I'd known that Daza, the reactor there, would have had the effect on me that it did, I would not have went. But I didn't know, nor did you. Unless this is some kind of confession." She smiles at you.
No, no, nothing like that. Just unfortunate.
Life can be like that, though. Unfortunate.
I mean, Sig's, he's looking into it as well. I mean, I don't want to give you like false hope.
As soon as you mention
quite
Zig, her
separate.
face like warms up, obviously, quite a bit, and she goes, "He shouldn't trouble himself over me."
I wouldn't sell yourself so short. I mean, you've always been good to him. He probably wants to pay you back as well, in some regard.
She kind of looks at you, and then she picks up her glass of some kind of expensive wine, probably, and she goes to she kind of holds it up, and then she just looks back and she goes, "I honestly don't feel like you owe me a single thing. You gave me a second chance already. I would still have been stuck there."
I never did quite fulfill my promise of giving you a shot at getting your throne back.
And she kind of smirks and takes a sip of the wine and sits it down. She goes, "I quite like the cheer you did give me, though."
Well, that's at least relieving.
And she there's definitely a genuine tone to her voice when she says that. Like you can tell that she clearly does enjoy being the captain of the Azure Flare. Right? That's considering she has not budged an inch from controlling that ship. Let's face it, since you've known her and she got into it. And she says, "I'd like to believe it was all my own thoughts, but it's not just me up here, as you know." She taps the side of her head.
Yeah, I didn't quite realise it was that intimate until not long ago either.
She kind of just lifts her eyebrows up, "Yep," that kind of expression. She goes, "It is a shame that my freedom has led to this, but these are days I would not have had without you and, well, the rest."
Well, I'm glad you feel that way.
There's no other way to feel. It's simply the truth.
And, I guess I'd say so. Dessert?
She smiles. She goes, "Was there anything else you required?" Very
agency moment.
Very businessy
Actually.
tone. Yeah.
With an agency moment.
Yep.
Still don't actually remember why we were here, other than to talk about health issues. But Zig isn't even here, so he can't even do the work he needs to do.
It's a bit of unfortunate timing. But is there anything that we maybe want to bring her in on?
Well, remember though, depending on if you want Zig to be here, you are still a couple of days ahead of them. I think you're basically 2 days, maybe a day. You're at least a day ahead of them just now. So it depends how long they take doing whatever they're doing.
Yeah.
Which means Zig could then literally come to you guys. If needed. So yeah.
Well, I guess I would. Unless everybody can think of anything else, I would just.
I mean, right. So,
like
so
a
do we want
humorous
to
report.
bring her into
Uh,
anything with the plan? Is that something we want to do?
Well, we obviously need her for the gate, the doorway, whatever. You know what I mean?
The vault door,
We need to
yeah.
get in it vault at some point. So there's obviously that we need to bring up.
Because that's your bait, right?
Mhm.
That's still plan A's bait, is using her and Zig with the egg.
It might be worth. I mean, as mercenary as it feels, asking her this after just having that conversation. Might be worth saying, look, something happens to you. That maybe loses our bait. Is there any way that we could do this if you're gone, sort of thing? It's a horrible question to have to ask, but maybe there's a better way you can ask it.
Okay. I'm going to sound like a politician, but it's fine.
I mean, she knew she was being winding down for a reason.
I mean, it was just went general winding down as a show of appreciation. But
yeah, and I think that's what shocked her. She was like, "Oh, this is just a nice thing you're doing." Okay, yeah.
But no, it sounds like I'm after something. But
she has, she's not made any motions to say that she wasn't expecting it to be about something as well, right? She's happy to be useful.
We brought up the doorway earlier anyway, so she knows it's getting on the agenda at some point. It's just
yeah, and she did say to Lyko, back in the obviously I know Zora doesn't really know this, but Nico knows this, that she was like, call me when it's all falling apart, or whatever her last words were to you. Basically, let me know when you need me. Ultimately, was the gist of it.
yeah, I guess I'm cool too. Right, so I guess there's two things that I could ask about. I guess one is the doorway for the vault. Things are starting to fall into place, and it seems like we might need it soon.
She kind of nods to that and she goes, I had thought of this, yes. How soon? Did you secure the weapon?
I would nod. That's not wrong, right?
He's brought her in, right? He's brought her into that plan, right? She's not met again.
Yeah.
He's at least more or less.
We have now.
But we've got the weapon, yeah. That's right. That's correct.
You do.
We have the weapon. Yeah,
remember that's how you've also got Alice back as well.
Yeah.
You gave Query over. Yep.
But then, I would nod about the weapon. We just need to do some more diplomatic missions, and it's probably game on.
She nods. And how can I assist beyond the doorway?
Well, I guess that second point comes in that I wanted to ask about, and it's more just at least take it easy until Zig takes care of you.
Don't say take care.
Yeah.
He's gonna take her.
The Zig Mafia, yeah.
Nah, he's a Zig Mafia man. He's just I'll rephrase it until at least Zig sees if he could do something. I don't expect you to waste your days away hoping, but at least give him a chance.
She kind of laughs kind of gently, very briefly. Pats her lips with the kind of table kind of napkin-y thing that she's got. Takes a sip of the wine, and then she just smiles at you and she says, I have tried not to waste any of the seconds afforded me since I left that prison. And I haven't started wasting them now. She brings up her comm on her wrist. And you can tell instantly she spent a lot of money on that comm because it's a very decorative looking piece on her wrist. And she swipes info over to you. And it's legal information. Involving if anything happens to her entire estate is transferred to Zig. and then it's got a cascading failsafe, which means if anything happens to Zig, it would go to Lyko, then to Weird, and then lastly to Uzor.
I'm the least liked of the bunch.
It's you could read it in A, it goes to Zig because clearly she's obviously going to pick Zig first. We know this, and then it's an order of who she thinks will die next.
She thinks I'm going to die last. That's interesting.
You're a Vesk war hero.
I mean, but that would the war part.
Lyko has already failed so many times in the game already by dying multiple times thus far.
That's true. Actually, he's not very good at dying.
Legally, it
probably
might
see
even
that.
have to skip him.
I mean, one day you should probably see
I
that.
have property rights.
Right. I guess I would snigger at the order. Yeah.
You're already captive of your own, ship. Not just your own ship. You're
Right.
admiral of your own, fleet.
Yeah.
A fleet of two, but
I would
plenty.
I would jokingly say no. I guess I know where I stand. I guess as I would say.
And she smiles at you when you say that, and she goes, "Yes, you're there having everyone's back, as always." She lifts her glass in a salute.
I would lift my glass back.
Mm-hmm.
Lift my glass back.
And then she obviously takes a drink of it. She goes, "So that covers your worry about my health. You won't lose access to the bait that you require. Is there anything further that needs discussed?"
Not that I can think of. Just enjoy. Yes.
She laughs and she goes, "Please let Zig know that if I do go, and there is nothing that he should feel obligated to do about that, he owes me nothing. And if he does try and he fails, let him know that it was... even the attempt was a gift I couldn't have asked for. Because he will take it badly."
I would not. I'll do my best.
And if he
Make
does
sure
not
that-
wish the burden of the estate, I would not be upset if he passed it on. Shakes her head a little bit at that. And she leans back and she just laughs and goes, "Can you imagine him in a little suit running the company?"
Why does he have to be in a little suit?
I guess it'd just be a genuine laugh as well. I guess.
And she goes, "I have managed to make the company fairly lucrative in our time. We've made some good supply agreements with the Avalonian government. So, here we are."
It's nice to know if the business is going good.
Surprisingly well. Who knew cheap cybernetics were needed so badly? Especially on Avalon.
I would guess I'd look around at all the the androids and robots. And that makes sense.
She kind of just smirks at that, and she says, "It was a wise move. Nazmekeklik is very well suited to the role."
Not really met the man too much. Don't think I have actually. Met him really.
I thought you
Like,
met him at
maybe-
least once.
Maybe a brief pass in it.
I think you've been in
Versus.
full on steel enviro suit in the same room as him at least once, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you haven't spent a lot of one-on-one chatting time with Nazmekeklik, no.
Lyko seems to rate him highly.
Lyko does. Lyko likes him.
I can also say I owe what's left of my life to him. Because remember, it was obviously Nazmekeklik that helped her.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I
If
should.
only he had better facilities and possibly a better assistant.
Yes.
Morty.
It definitely, I'm not saying it was Morty's fault. However...
Oh, jeez!
Oh, jeez.
Oh.
I love that that's our one celebrity cameo.
Yeah.
I say that, it's not. But,
Yeah.
it's the one that you actually did the voice for, so it feels
Yeah.
like it.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I guess like my question to you then, Nico, is anything else you actually want to chat to her about that isn't just being pleasant with her over a meal?
I don't know, really, no, not really. Like, much like other business stuff anyway. It would probably just be like general small talk, I guess, at this point. Like,
General.
Yep.
Yeah.
Admiral
General
small talk.
Yeah, general talk.
Okay.
I don't really know. I mean, there's not really anything else I can think of officially to ask about.
Yeah, any other suggestions from our other two either? Like, as MD?
Nothing business-wise, but you could always just ask her, if there's anything beyond, obviously she's left to say that, but if there's anything after, if she's, obviously maybe don't put it in these terms, but once she is dead, is there anything that she wants us to take care of for her? Is there anything that we could do to help her after the fact? Making sure she's buried in XYZ place and whatever. You put it more gently than that. But no, it is Zora, to be fair. But approach it as gently as you can. But something to the effect of like, once you're gone and perhaps unable to put these things into action yourself. Obviously, this is assuming that we're not able to find a solution. Then is there anything that we can do? Because I'm sure as a group we'd all be quite happy to do what we can to see that her wishes were fulfilled.
Right. So yeah, that's a good idea. Good idea. So I guess I'd be like, I mean, is there anything that, like, we can do for you, like now or well, and I'd kind of like,
Yeah, give the motion of
like, and I'd kind of like the motion towards like the day pad she gave us, like the will almost.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, it basically is a will she gave you, yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, she goes, I think that about covers it, to be honest. I've made the provisions I had to, legally. And she kind of like, you can, like, her thoughts have clearly like drifted off a bit when she says that. And she looks back at you and she just smiles and she says, if you find my sister, if she is alive, she does a vague gesture to her head. Tell her she's a bitch. She just smiles.
I would laugh at that as well because it's very Vesk. I'm fine with it.
And she like grins with like her spiky teeth as well.
That's the point.
Her sharp dark elf teeth. Yeah. Oh,
Vesk humour.
And she just kind of like laughs a bit to herself at that. And she says,
I'll be sure to let her know.
Because given everything that's happened with, well, how do you even put it into words? Time? She shakes her head, memory. I'm not even sure if I can blame her anymore. Strange, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know how your relationship was with her before, but
she looks at you and she just laughs and goes, which before?
well, the last time you had a relationship with her.
Yeah, that's not the best one.
Doesn't sound that way. I didn't really know any of my brothers or sisters, so I can't even really relate. Vesk upbringing.
She kind of looks at you as if like, oh, this is new. And she says, yes, I had her as a sister, and I also had drive to make a life for myself. And she had drive to take everything I made. That was my experience of my sister. She kind of like shakes her head and like looks off to the like maybe out one of the windows or whatever. And she kind of looks back and goes, Have you ever considered tracking down your family?
Not really. The family is basically just mother, father, and whoever you fight with in the Vesk. In the Veskarium, sorry, should I say?
And she kind of nods and she goes, like she's still kind of like looking out the window while listening, and she like, it does sound a lot more well, you're fighting with someone. She looks back at you. You can tell quickly if they have your back or not.
Most of us tended to have each other's back. It's probably the one redeeming feature of, well, the Vesk.
She goes, I found a few features I appreciate. She kind of like smirks at you.
Ah,
I mean, this isn't new. Snyder's always been flirting with Zora.
well, I mean, yeah, not all Vesk are like me. Not all Vesk are like, well, what the Pact Worlds think, but a lot of them are.
She kind of just nods and she goes, I don't even know what the Dark Elves of this time are like. So I couldn't even tell you if I even fit in with the expectations or not. It's been so long since I can call myself a true queen of them.
I don't even know how I could answer that because like, it'd probably just be disappointment. Like,
That's probably right. I am.
because they're just space pirates, right? Like for the most part.
Yeah, like for the most part, they're like space pirates or arms dealers. Yeah. Like the major factions of them at least are.
I was almost going to say something like, I mean, you'd probably been a better spot if you were leading them, but then that's just like, oh fuck, your people's kind of fucked now. Like, like that's not exactly a nice thing to learn.
Yeah.
But,
so how does Zora handle that? Yeah.
I don't know if it would just be straight with her though. Like, kind of seems like a Zora thing to do. Let's just say that when you said your sister's a bitch, you're probably not wrong.
She just laughs at that and she goes, I have found that being right is usually the best course of action, quite frankly. She just laughs at like the kind of almost nonsense of the statement. You can tell she's trying to keep things light, you know, conversationally, since they maybe sank a bit heavy there. And she says, would you recognise any of your brothers and sisters if you met them?
Possibly. I mean, skin tone's definitely, well, unique.
Kind of like looks you over a bit as if taking it in again, fresh. Then she says, so the Vesk family line share markings? Is that how it works? Is it?
Not entirely. I'm definitely one of the brighter ones. Not,
She just smirks at that, yeah.
But not unintended. But some vaguely remember one had slightly brighter markings as well. This is not unusual one, by the way. I'm just making something.
That's carry on. When is better than 118 sessions in Nico, right?
Yeah,
so why not?
Yeah,
we're always here for a bit more Vesk lore. Considering I think season 2 is all set in the Veskarium, from what I remember us agreeing to. We're all Skittermanders, right? Newly signed up for the Veskarium War. So yeah, and then then Zora breathes on his mic, and then
sorry,
it's okay. And she looks at, she goes, "How long are you staying in Abalon?"
Well, I'll be waiting here for at least Michael and Zig to catch up. So until then, kind of to be announced.
She nods and she goes, "Do you have any other business in Abalon?"
Not personally, but I'm sure that Weird might have some.
Anything he can't handle?
Not sure.
She looks at you like
Go
with
on.
slightly narrower eyes and she goes, "You should get sure."
I was gonna say that.
She
Yeah, sure.
motions to like your comm.
Well, right, I'm a big dum-dum. We'll get it.
She's basically saying, "Clear your schedule till they arrive."
All right, yeah, cool. I mean, it's clear. It's clean. I mean, it's the perks of being Admiral.
She salutes while lifting her wine glass, and then she finishes her wine, sits it down, and she goes, "Well, the Abalone nightlife is quite good. So shall we go check that out?"
Jeff's at the door, I suppose.
And then she,
Why not?
like
This
the
is
Party
quite
time.
an idea.
like the servers.
Parties aura.
Yeah, right. Hi, the one of the most famous Vesk in the system, and the former Queen of the Drow. What better couple to be out on the nightclub scene in Abalon?
I would
Bouncing-
watch this
bouncing
episode
it out, man.
so hard.
I'm gonna read about this in Tatler tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh dear. Oh. Surely it wouldn't be Tatler, though. It'd be something even more punny because it's obviously Abalon. So it'd be like Cash of the Day. Something as terrible as that for the computer puns. So yeah, you both head out, and I guess you go check out the nightlife of Abalon. Yeah,
Crazy techno music.
you're damn
Synth,
right.
probably.
Synth, techno music. Actually, it's all just cello work. Weirdly, woodwinds are the rave music of.
Copper string.
Yeah. Just
I
to
was
be
thinking more like jizz.
okay. Yeah. Yes. I know you often have jizz on the mind. Yes. As an avid Star Wars fan.
As a huge fan of everything George Lucas has ever created.
And that's right, folks. If you didn't know, jizz is a type of music from Star Wars. If you didn't know.
Especially all of the Indiana Jones films, which I've definitely seen.
So, yeah, I think we fade out on that, and then we have used two playing cards, I assume, in the room.
It can be, yeah.
Or whatever you were up to. It's been like maybe just under an hour. You've been there. And yeah, the door opens, and standing there is Babak, and that's where we go to break. Yes. Yes, indeed.
Whoa.
So, folks, we'll be back
Whoa.
in 10 minutes. BRBs.
Brr.
Unmute the things.
Oh, we do that.
Is that the intro to like the dance
That
scene?
is
Yeah.
the way we do it.
This is in fact the
That's
way that the
we
procedure
do
is
it.
performed. Yeah.
Sucking and fucking and sucking and fucking. Have you
Well,
heard that song?
I'm so
Terrible.
glad that we've got all this on our re-intro.
Oh wait, we like live.
We
Oh,
are
here
live. We've been
Hello.
live.
Are we?
since
Oh wow! I didn't,
I did say that we're
Hello.
going back.
Hi guys.
Yeah.
Hope you
For those
enjoyed
of you
that
just
rendition.
joining us,
Okay.
that was the dance scene.
Yep. Apparently so. Explicit dance scene.
I wish my camera was plugged in. You
Is
could
the
have seen me
audio good,
dancing.
Siren? Though, is it good?
Oh, it's great. What more could you want, man?
Oh dear.
I'll have you know, the audio is very good. I
Yeah.
spent
The
an
street of the
absurd
audio
money
is
on audio.
strong.
Anyway,
Oh, so does anyone want to know the joke that I didn't do earlier?
no, because we're
Okay.
live. So anyway,
Okay,
welcome
yeah,
to
yeah.
Starfinder, the Fragments of Eternity, session 118, part 2. I'm Ryan, the GM. It's the 22nd of March, 2022. Here are the players.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Nico,
Hi,
and I'm
Nico.
playing Zora, the vest captain. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought the theme was true? To quote Tim Armstrong. And hello,
Hello.
I am Colin,
I call.
and I will be playing Lyco Quint, your sneaky, spooky space cop, coast to coast.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello. I am Callum, and I will be playing Zig, the mystical space rat, potential future Radiant Supreme, or future Edgar Mark II. Only time will tell.
Or
Until
will you
time
tell
is
time?
rewritten
Yeah.
once again.
Until you tell time. Yep. That sounds about right. Okay.
Only Zig will tell.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, that's my intro.
Yep. I'm just enjoying it. That's all.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I can keep going if you want.
Sure, why
I'm
not?
sure I have plenty to say.
Okay.
So fun fact. Zig once stole some ancient books from the library, from the monastery.
Miscreant.
And they're like physical, actual books, as in written books,
Absolute rebel.
as opposed to like data units, which is good. But they weren't like originally books. These are just like transcribings of like, you know, the equivalent of ebooks. But the monastery wanted to seem older than it is.
A rascal.
Like a hipster bookshelf. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just. Yeah. I was going to think of authors to name drop there, but I just don't want to. But the idea of just having.
Zizek!
They're all Clark.
Yeah.
Zizek.
So, yeah, anyway, you guys are on board a ship that seems very reminiscent of the Calm Before the Storm. You've been assigned
Is
quarters.
it the Calm Before the Storm?
Who knows?
Is it the lamb before the storm?
The ram.
It's Tam
Are they still crying?
before the storm.
Oh,
So
they're
it's a
still
dry
crying,
Tam.
Clarice. So there's lambs. Sorry.
All of
Oh,
it's
nearly
horrible.
lamb season. Well, it's actually lamb season. Is it? No, it's nearly lamb season. Yeah, good. I'm excited.
Can we just put our hands together for Jodie Foster?
Like, sure. Like,
What a performance.
I'm a big fan of Jodie Foster, to be fair. I'm surprised she hasn't been cast in this game so far, actually.
She's a
We'll
hard
find a
person
place
to
for you, don't worry.
cast.
mm,
Like, Clarice, obviously, she was excellent as, but she wouldn't necessarily be the most obvious person to cast as that. She's always good. It's just, for some reason, she's just never someone that would occur to me to cast as anyone.
yeah, but she is, fun enough, always good. And that is definitely saying something. Anyway, in this scene, the door opens, buzzes, opens, and they're standing Babak. He's got like hands folded behind his back and his other hand on a data pad as he walks in. And then the door closes behind him with a koosh, and he looks at both of you.
Commander.
He nods. He looks at you, Zig. He nods as well.
Same sort of like, yeah, mystic nod.
And if you are sat like the table, maybe, he just
I'll offer to deal him in if he takes a second.
and he walks up behind the chair, and like his two lower hands obviously go around and hold the back of the chair as if leaning on it. And he says, "I'm pleased you could join me." You can tell there's a tone to that. Yeah.
Shall I deal you in?
And he says, he looks down and he says, "That depends on the stakes, Quint."
That's exactly what I was thinking.
There is nothing at
okay.
stake. Then I will put the world at stake.
The world at stake. No, but Lyko unfortunately isn't Tigtone and isn't going to say that. But he will say...
Well, I feel shortchanged now. Why isn't Lyko Tigtone?
No stake. I could play a character that dumb, but it would have to be a different character. No stakes, just a friendly game.
And he just kind of nods. And he says, "Perhaps next time. But please continue." And it's like his free hand gestures, vaguely to continue.
Is this a matter that you're happy to discuss in front of my friend here?
He looks at you, Zig, then looks back to you. I always said Zora for some reason. Zora's also just climbing in the airlock just now as we speak.
Yeah, walk through again. Alright. I'll be doing it for a few tanks, lads.
It's fucking cold out there.
Oh dear. Yeah, it's Baltic.
Baltic.
Anyway, things that didn't happen. But yeah, he says to us, "I'm assuming as before you're happy to speak in front of colleagues."
I nod.
Then it took some effort in getting you here. Was there any delays I should be aware of?
I had some issues at hand and some concerns I wish to address, particularly with Shakos.
Ken nods. What particular concerns?
I look at Zig for a second and mentally I say, okay, I'm going to drop his in it now, so bear with
over
me.
to make some coffees.
I discussed something with you a while ago. Kivalari?
I think when you say that and he watches Zig go up to the coffee machine and start pushing all the buttons, he just pulls the chair out and just sits and looks at you.
You'll recall we found something that shouldn't have been there. And I don't mean the bioweapon.
He kind of looks at you.
No?
He's looking at you as if, go on.
Okay.
Yeah, he's pretty stoic looking.
Your ID. And if I recall, I said to you, well, it'd be an unusual thing for it to be there by accident, so you weren't there, then someone planted it.
Have you discovered the nature of how it arrived there, then?
I was hoping that Shakos might have more to tell me once she recuperated. I think we'll sort of like reshuffle the deck together and just sit them to the side now.
Yeah. Zig will place like a coffee in front of Babak and Lyko.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he'll lift one set of arms up and his other one will lift it up. His lower hand will pick it up and he'll just nod to you in thanks. But he doesn't like interrupt Lyko speaking.
No, yeah.
There was a there was an incident involving something that I had taken upon myself to investigate, and which I opened an investigation through the proper channels involving the Vesk. No doubt be aware of which I speak.
He looks at you for like a long moment, and then he kind of stands up. Says, "I'd like to continue this conversation elsewhere."
I nod and I'll just immediately stand.
He looks to you and says, "Do you wish your companion to come with us?"
If you're comfortable with him being present, well, Zig, if you want to be present, you are. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. How would I'm gonna phrase that better? Whatever. Something to the effect of, well, if he's sort of indicated that he's happy enough with Zig being present, I think I'd just turn to Zig and say, "Your choice, kid."
Yep, and Zig will just carry on. Following.
Yeah, well, he stands up. He takes like something off of like his belt. He like twists it and it makes like a kind of weird humming noise as if it's like powering up. He sits it on the table. And then he just stretches out like two of his four arms and essentially waiting for you to like put your hands in his hands.
Okay. I'll do it.
Sure, yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah, and then like immediately space and time warps around you.
Uh-huh.
Zig, this is very reminiscent to what you do.
Yes, okay, cool.
This immediately lets you know that Babak has some mystic about him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you're in like a completely new place. It seems like you're in a like fairly luxurious suite. Like if this was on say Absalom, this would be like one of the ambassadorial levels of suites that were available. But it's obviously clearly not Absalom. If you give me a culture roll each, we'll see if you can work out anything.
I think I know where this is, but does Lyko? It's a 40. It's a bad roll for me.
41.
Wow, I've been bested.
Mate, I'm rolling just because I feel
Yep, go for it, why not?
Just take part.
Zora just walks in the door. Oh, guys!
Add a D6 to it.
Roll your d6, buddy. Why the fuck not?
Yeah, fuck it, one
You get a
D6.
42?
Boom.
Nope.
Boom.
Smash it. Zora has the most culture. Are we surprised the Vesk have collected the most culture? No.
Yeah.
Rolled it out. That's easy.
Diplomat.
Look at that. One of the few times like Zora's outperformed everybody by smashing it. Like, yeah. Anyway, so in the scene, this looks like Kasathan architecture.
Ooh.
There's only one
We're
place
not on the
this could
fleet
be.
anymore, are we?
It says. After a fashion, no. Welcome to the Adari.
I look at Zig, raise my eyebrows a bit.
And yeah, like this is a very, very, like this is, given the size of the Adari being like, huge, like, it could easily house everybody that was in the Absalom.
Yeah.
Yeah, but obviously so little is known about like the interior of it, because Athens are super secretive that way. But
This is a
on you go, sorry.
This is a rare honor.
I think Zig's just trying to take in like everything. I imagine that he's just been like vaguely super curious about what it's like.
Yeah. These do look like this looks like a personal suite as well. Like so, this could easily be Babak's home user in. It's that level of, like for his like position and whatnot. Like, yeah, you could assume this is like his actual house he came to.
Personal quarters
Yeah.
at the very least.
And he then says, "Our absence will be noted, but nothing that cannot be explained. What you say within the fleet may prove more difficult to explain, especially if it concerns the Vesk. Here, you may speak freely."
I see. You've built a fleet with them, but you don't trust them.
Would you?
No, of course not.
This is why you were rehired.
The case. You obviously noticed some of my associates were digging, and I think you can imagine who those might have been.
He sighs. Yes.
Case set off some alarm bells for us. That's a mighty powerful thing that's just fallen into the hands of one of the most dangerous Vesk in existence.
He looks at you. He says, "There are 4 Vesk who concern me, and you are friends with one of them." Walks in the room in a towel. Hello.
Babak doesn't like you, Admiral.
I can vouch for Captain Admiral Zora, insofar as he is by some margin the least warlike of his kind I've ever encountered, despite his history.
It is no wonder that you find yourself placed with him.
Oh. But what's her name? The
Imperatrix? Is that who you're going
no,
for?
the
Event Horizon?
Matva.
Matva.
The Event Horizon's her full name. Well, Matva,
The event, but the
like-
event Horizon. She is a particular concern to me. She's subtle.
he just nods to that and goes, "Subtle has been an ally these last few years."
And she appears to be, and logic would dictate she would be, a rival to Demogesh.
Just like nods. Says, "Demogesh is a countdown."
Yes, he's a dog on a chain. There's only so long he can go without trying to escape his bounds.
He like shakes his head a little bit at that. And he says, The fleet was a necessity. And what better ally to combat a potential Vesk threat than a Vesk not happy with the status quo?
How sure are you that she's not playing you?
He looks at you and like stands up a tiny bit straighter, and then he says, "I would be insulted if I was not played from the beginning regarding this. This is a
Fair.
strong foothold the Veskarium could gain, but I am convinced that she holds no allegiance to the Grave Epoch Annihilator."
On that, I am sure. Although, just something that occurred to me. When it comes to the Vesk, they're not exactly the type to willingly get egg in their face for the sake of appearances. They are not the sort to look weak or foolish, or to appear to have been duped, or to be made to look a traitor, or what have you. Right now, she's a renegade, according to with the official dominant Vescan system. That's not something. Not many Vescan would be willing to be officially pegged as being a traitor, an outsider, an outcast. But if there's any one of them that were willing to take that on for the appearance of no longer being affiliated with the Greater Viscarium, surely it'd be her, right?
He nods.
I don't think they like each other. I don't think that they work together in any way beyond against external enemies. But I think they can hate each other and seek to undermine and destroy each other and still find use for each other.
This was my original concern regarding the Event Horizon and her particular relationship with the Grave Epoch Annihilator.
But that's changed.
And she said, no. It was established early that they have no... Well, let's rephrase it. Let me try and work out my own words here. They'll say, basically saying there's no way they could ever ally because their goals are so different, right? Is the gist he's trying to say. Like, clearly he's spent enough time with either, like both of them, to have worked this out for like something that convinces him at least.
Okay.
I'll say their desires lie in opposite directions. It would be counterproductive to one to advance the other.
Okay. Well, I will.
And this brings me to my concerns regarding your captain.
Go on.
He was the protege of one, and is now allied with the other. That is a union of both halves of the Viscarium. That in itself could threaten the Imperatrix. We don't wish this kind of instability within the Viscarium.
I see. So my involving the captain may have been something of an issue.
He kind of like... He gestures open-handedly as if, perhaps, but he doesn't say that.
I know it will be very difficult to convince anyone that the captain isn't a danger.
Your captain is indeed a danger, but more so politically than physically.
Fucking let me
Add him to the kill list, why not? Just add him to the pile.
Since I think I probably owe you some explanations.
Like why you broke into my personal file.
Well, I mean, I think that's pretty self-evident, but I will lay it out for you.
This is your moment of candor. I would not step on it.
Someone wants me to suspect you. Someone who was on board the Kivalari. That's a limited number of people. This project, I don't think I've particularly hid my belief that it's ill-advised. And then there was a small matter of the reactor incident. These combined gave me the impression that perhaps there were others within the system who were concerned that a little too much trust had been put in the Vesk at the highest levels.
He narrows his eyes a little. He looks to Zig briefly. What's Zig doing in the room?
Zig is holding his takeaway cup of coffee. He's just standing, kind of looking between them, drinking, listening, and that's it. Trying to be like as unobtrusive as possible because he knows, he's here on the graces of Lyko.
Okay.
I'm sure Babak would probably actually prefer Zig not to be there, but
He's not taking any steps to make sure he's not there. He's allowed it,
And there's
allowed it,
there's been no body language that implies that you're in his way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like he's. I mean, you were all kind of present for that meeting before, remember, with Matva and obviously Babak and SK. So he knows that Lyko's just going to tell you anyway. So
yeah,
it doesn't.
And he also, if he has a sense of what you're capable of, which he might, he probably would know that it might even be instantaneous. He might be aware of the mind link.
Yeah. So, would you continue, sorry, or do you?
Yeah, I was going to say. So, being that I thought that perhaps someone aboard the Kivalari, or someone who had immediate access to it, had deliberately tried the in order to encourage me to look into you. Firstly, well, I have done so before, or at least I've had my associates who are more skilled in these matters do so before, and found nothing. But I asked some associates to do so again, and similarly found nothing. It occurred to me I should perhaps endeavor to speak with Shakos again, if that were at all possible. And given the abilities of my friend here, I figured we might have some alternative means to achieve that.
He looks back to Zig and just nods his head in a mystic nod.
Zig mystic nods when Lyko just says my friend here.
There's the musical note of the specific mystic theme that plays in the soundtrack.
The leitmotif, yeah.
And he turns back to you and he says, in the interest of candor, Shakos woke up.
I think probably Lyko's face betrays him a little there. Just a slight twitch.
And you can maybe even tell it was said in such a way that this is as blunt as Babak gets, right? Normally he does have pretty good diplomacy skills, but he chose clearly to say it that directly to see how you would react. You can tell you are being assessed every second of this conversation. That is not subtle.
And it was necessary to take her away, headquarters?
Our debriefing did not take place, if you recall. The Kivalari incident is still an open case. And I was implicated. You can tell he clearly has taken that personally.
See.
My belief. No, he's gonna keep going. So I guess my belief is that for some reason Officer Shakos took it upon herself to take an idea of mine and plant it within the Kivalari. Why? I do not know. Hence why she is taken for questioning.
I probably shouldn't.
No, what is it?
Oh, what is it?
Yeah, why not?
I was gonna say, can I like sense motive or something and see if?
Yeah, if you want.
I know it's gonna be really hard, and I don't have a good sense motive, hence why I was like,
Yeah.
wait, maybe not. But I'll do it anyway.
There's no harm.
That's a very good roll for me.
But
yeah.
Sleep well, Siren. Take care.
Hey, Siren.
Good night.
Good night,
Good
Siren.
night.
Um,
Wait.
I said silent, but I meant siren. I've been watching there.
It's okay. So, yeah, you don't get a read. This guy's You can tell enough with your sense motive that he is controlling every muscle in his body very deliberately. So if you were reading anything, it's because he wants you to.
Cool.
Which I think you know enough to know that would take a lot of training to pull off.
Yeah. Damn, he's good.
Yeah, sadly. So he says that. Lyko, were you going to say something, or was I actually forget where we were in conversation? But yeah, he mostly mentioned she's been held for questioning.
That when he was saying that he suspected she had
I planted his ID. Yeah.
Like it might take a second and sort of mull over what he's going to say next, and that was also my suspicion. It was also, sorry.
He just nods to that.
And I continue. It was also why I thought it alarming that she had been whisked away here, given the possibility that she could have attempted to implicate you in something. Surely the further from you, the better.
I'm her direct superior. It would seem more suspicious if I were not to take a direct hand in this investigation. The implication aside, if you wish me to continue in this candor, you are putting your colleague's life at risk. And he gestures to Zig very casually, without looking at him.
Zig just gently places his coffee where he's
Zig,
by his foot.
Obviously, you don't have to be here if you don't want to.
It's okay, Lyko.
Just nod to him sort of softly.
Some fancy space room, has already cleaned away your cup. Zig.
Brilliant. Hey, I wasn't finished.
Wah 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 wah.
Gone. Yep.
In the spirit of candor, then, let me continue.
And he puts his hand up and he goes, there is more to say on the matter at hand. Do you wish me to continue with Zig in the room?
Happy to be here.
He turns to you, Zig, when he looks at you. He says, do you put your life in Lyko's hands?
Yes.
He kind of just turns back and says, the Kivilari incident was me. I think you know this.
Whoa, go figure.
So there wasn't an appearance of a conflict of interests, there just actually was one.
There is, in fact, the opportunity to welcome the Event Horizon's direct involvement with Steward Affairs via goodwill generated with that case. Not publicly, of course, but with those who matter, politically.
By clearing her name?
He shakes his head. No. This weapon was designed and placed by request. And, as you say, the Event Horizon's rescue efforts went a long way to earning her political capital with the Pact World leaders.
See.
A friendly Vesk. He nods.
This is a very dangerous game, Commander.
He gives you a look. Obviously, it's generally hard to gauge a Kasathan's physical expression because their mouths are always covered, but he does give you a look that implies he didn't like the term game. He says,
Fair.
This has been a carefully executed plan for many years.
I'm aware the scale of the operation it would have to be. But it's not just a few other stewards who are aware. It's the Aspis Consortium. It's Vesk. I'm sure you trust your own people, but how far do you trust them?
They were told what they had to be told, and the intermediaries that were required to keep our direct involvement a secret were put in place. The risks were assessed, Lyko. Me telling you this is purely at your own risk, also, because depending on your responses will depend on our continued relationship, and unfortunately your colleagues also.
You've made that clear.
He nods, he goes, I just need to be as clear as possible here. I did not bring you to the Adari for no reason. I do not fully trust the event horizon, and nor should you. The Vesk have an agenda. They wish the Pact Worlds regardless. This is the will of the Imperatrix, and if the event horizon wished to make a move against her, that is her agenda to pursue, not mine. This was made clear at the beginning of our relationship.
Wise not to trust her. And I understand the precaution of taking us outside of the fleet.
The hybrid technology from the Viscarium is not something I would trust fully for this conversation.
Also, strategically smart to take us into a third location.
And if this conversation does not go as I would hope it would go, and this is about the first time you've ever heard him use something even as wishy-washy as hope, then it would be hard to trace you here.
Indeed.
And you can tell, like, this has been a very carefully executed, like, trap, if need be.
Yeah.
And he looks to you, Zig, and says, do not read any threat from these words, simply stating what you seem to have been on the path to discovering anyway. He looks back to Lyko. I had not anticipated your return to the stewards.
So the invite that was you calculated that I wouldn't accept it.
Blank says, I had not calculated I would have to make the offer.
Yeah.
You seemed to enjoy your freedom.
It does suit me. But things have changed.
Your allegiance with the Abyss, for example, meant I had to factor in several changes to my calculations.
There is still something that confuses me a great deal. All of this collaboration, fleet that you're building, that's a lot of effort. That's a lot of time. That's a lot of goodwill you've had to spend. The goals are so vague.
I have not shared everything with you, Lyko, as you can imagine.
That's exactly what I imagined.
He nods, and he says, the goodwill that I have spent the last, and he, like, I guess quotes the number of years exactly it's been since he joined as, like, the official, like, commander of the stewards, which I don't know how long that is now, has been to this goal, ultimately. The Adari did not move itself here to only watch the system be destroyed and claimed by the Viscarium.
No. That wouldn't be much of a place, but Viscarium is the focus of this plan.
He kind of like, there's a slight second of hesitation. He goes, the Viscarium's efforts need to be redirected elsewhere. There is a greater threat out there than the Viscarium.
More than one greater threat than Viscarium.
He just nods. He goes, I'm aware you have been quite driven in your own pursuits. It is why I have allowed you such a long leash, as it were. You know he doesn't like saying the term leash.
Well, I couldn't take any offense to it. And it's presumably... Well, can I take it that there is a concern beyond this awakened Librian that you are hoping to address?
He sighs again, like one of his hands pinches like the bridge of his nose. And then he looks up and opens his eyes and he says, unfortunately, yes, the complication that the bone sages cause is almost incalculable. You can probably sense the exact same level of frustration you've ever had with Sindile. Like, just in general, given how hard he is to work with.
Yeah, they can be quite difficult.
For such an advanced species, they are incredibly erratic in behavior, and that makes them difficult to predict, which I believe pleases them.
Your mistakes thinking of them as a species.
He tilts his head to the side, like he's waiting for an explanation.
Wow. Species? They were Librians. The Oxians. That's just what happened to them.
He nods and goes, ah, yes. That was filed under semantics, unfortunately, regarding this calculation.
It's a distinction that's worth paying attention to. They don't behave like the living for the simple reason that they aren't.
And if perhaps I had factored this in earlier, I perhaps would have brought you in earlier.
Let's give it a sort of gentle tilt of the head and yeah, you know. But then neither their living cousin nor them appear to be the main concern, nor the Vesk. The Swarm? The Aslanti?
He nods. The Aslanti Empire are the threat.
So the rumors are true? They're actually making moves?
He looks between you both again and says, this is information that has not reached the Pact Worlds, and should not reach the Pact Worlds. He looks back to you specifically, Michael, and he says, the reason the Adari is here was to flee the assault of the Aslanti Empire.
See. That would be pretty good motivation. And if they're headed here, did you, not you specifically, have you been seeding the rumors? Because someone's, I don't know whether it's just a stopped clock, but there have been
He shakes his head.
persistent rumors.
Unfortunately, the Starfinder Society do send people into the voids between galaxies.
Of course, adventurers.
And sadly, you have allied yourself with someone who trades in conspiracies.
Smiles. He is, he trades in many things, I believe. Eccentric creature. This is an interesting development. I suppose it does change my perspective somewhat.
as I had hoped.
The Islanti. Well, out of character for saying, Islanti are human, aren't they?
So, you wouldn't know, is what I'm
Right.
going to say in universe, right? Which is a better response than that. But from the rumours you've gathered so far, because I did mention them before, way long ago in the game.
Yeah, I did remember that. That's why I thought
Yep,
about
yep,
rumors.
yep. I am glad that it stuck. They are seen as one of those things like almost akin to the way the Greys are discussed or the boogeymen would be discussed, right?
Right.
Like, it's a threat, but it's so far away that why would it bug us, right? When we've got the Vesk on our doorstep and the Swarm.
Well, you actually brought something to the fore there that I think is worth talking about. So, Islanti on the move. And it's not just them. What I talked about on the Kivalari. The Greys.
Cannot.
Despite Dr. Helen's skepticism, they're very real.
Babak doesn't look shocked by that. He says, I have had my dealings with the Greys.
And they... What purpose do they have in Kivalari? Do you know?
He shakes his head very briefly because they were not factored into the risk assessments. I'm assuming they were there out of sheer curiosity. Overtures have been made from the Adari to the Greys. None were responded to.
You're a diplomat.
He nods.
Did you contact them directly?
I have been part of those discussions, but as I mentioned, none have been responded to.
But responded to, sure. Maybe not unreceived.
Do you believe that the mere presence of my ID on the Kivalari attracted them?
I believe that if the reports from not always the most reliable sources, but there are so many of them over such a wide space and over such a long time, they have been known to focus on particular individuals and surveil them for decades.
You fear my abduction, he says with the lightest tone he's ever had with you.
I fear that they're watching you.
There's a bit of a chuckle from behind the mask, and you're hearing like the deeper tones of the throats that they obviously Kasathans have. Reminds you very vaguely of Grinning Durwa's deep laugh. And he says, the Greys pose little threat to the Kasathans.
Well, that's encouraging, I suppose.
He says it with like an aura of confidence that Grinning Durwa would totally have done as well, right? Mm-hmm. There is that like similarity of like almost smugness to it. But like, how confident could you really be? This is something Lyko would maybe think on if you know fuck all about the Greys. Like,
who knows anything about them, right? He's just said that they didn't respond, so how much do they actually know?
Yeah, so it would be weird to be that confident if you knew fuck all.
Then, well, I suppose this is all besides the point. My central concern, my reason for returning to HQ. You said she woke up.
He kind of he nods and goes, there is a little more to discuss before that. And he says, you asked why. I have clarified most of this. The Aslanti threat are a threat to the Adari and her people. My people. I do confess to having utilized the entire Pact World engine to that one threat. And yet more arose. I can mitigate the Viscarium threat by pointing them at the Aslanti Empire. But again, the Bone Sages and their interference, this Elybrian and his interference, and sadly your interference, have meant that has destabilized certain aspects of this plan. This fleet was constructed using Vesk technology with the Pact Worlds technology. It has the most advanced cloaking and drive systems capable. We can strike the Aslanti Empire from here using this fleet. But it seems like this fleet was needed more immediately within this system, given the Vesk threat, and now this Elybrian threat. It takes like
hybrid.
Yeah. Can you go?
Hybrid technology. He won't be able to detect you either.
This is our hope.
But
we are in untested territory regarding this. It's a terrible phrase, but you get what I mean. It says, we have many targets and few ships. I do not wish to waste the resources I have spent a decade building.
and the Elybrian, at the very least, is one quantity that you can't be quite sure of.
He just like waves a hand, and in the middle of the room there's a big projection that maybe just appears like over Zig, who's in the middle of the room, and it's like the trashed wreckage of Absalom, just as a big projection.
Yeah.
And the Elybrian was capable of this.
I do not need reminded.
The fleet I have constructed is 12 ships, each ship capable of taking on a small tactical force assembled by the Viscarium. And what that means is, because you have known enough about the Viscarium, and just because you've got a Vesk captain, that would involve at least one Vesk battle cruiser.
Okay.
And like it's supporting like fleet.
Okay.
So he's saying
It
that
didn't sound that impressive until
yeah, and it does imply that
that's
like
quite impressive.
like one of his ships alone could go toe to toe with like a Vesk strike force, basically like a
Cool.
Because it's obviously been designed by a Vesk, right?
Changes the
Ooh.
calculus considerably.
It says he like dismisses the hologram, like obviously replace it with like one of the line in the sand ships. I can't even remember what class that is called now. Where was it? Galarian class, that was what it was.
Good game.
It is a good name, isn't it? Galarian class. So he just kind of nods. He says, if I had to go up against the Viscarium, I would not be too concerned with the resources they would commit. They would underestimate our capabilities significantly based on their current intelligence. And if I lost one of my ships to the first encounter, I would know very quickly if the Event Horizon had betrayed. He nods. He just he doesn't even finish the sentence, right? He just nods when you say that.
Of course.
I have not taken steps without calculating carefully. And I guess both of you are getting the sense that he has been he has the biggest conspiracy board, clearly, right?
Yeah.
He has been working on literally this for it sounds like a decade minimum. Never mind when he started his career, which would be before that, by quite a bit.
And
He's in
when these engagements begin, the Vesk realize we're going to have to commit more than we originally intended. Let's work in the assumption that you aren't betrayed. They substantially weaken the defenses of their own empire. The situation in the Pact Worlds becomes, well, even less stable. However, successful you are, war comes on a massive scale once again. And what does Tectalanus do?
Little, now that the former leader of the Bone Sages seems to have reclaimed their title.
I see.
I believe you are the reason for that, are you not? Points at your like outfit, the sports, Syndial's.
It would seem.
Yeah.
So I indicated to him that he might not be able to quite trust his plans because he had worked on the assumption that Tectalanus' ambitions were much as most Bone Sages it's historically been. But in truth, he may have wanted the Elybrian to return, which would suggest quite different ideas in mind.
She kind of nods.
So
The surveillance that we have had access to has led me to believe that the Bone Sages will get in each other's way. Thus not getting in my way.
but what of the swarm?
And then he currently brings up like another kind of like system-wide map, and it zooms out and shows you like the Viscarium space, the Pact World space, and like where the swarm kind of front is. And it shows you like it appears that Tectalanus has used this as an appropriate moment to ally himself with the Corpse Fleet.
Of course.
He nods and he goes, both Tectalanus' loyal followers and then whatever that one was called, what was the name? It was like a K. The other one that's in charge of the Corpse Fleet. Where is he?
He doesn't come up as often, so I
Carnion Crime, I believe is the name. Carnion Crime.
That sounds about right.
Yep.
Sounds right.
I haven't found it, but it does sound, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
would you like some Carnion
Crime? Yeah. You were obviously offered that in that restaurant, yeah. Yeah, he says, and the other Bone Sage in charge of the Corpse Fleet. Tectalanus seem to have allied each other. Combining their forces makes them a threat that even the Viscarium would struggle with. Calculations have them losing that within a month. So it's fortunate that Syndial has managed to keep their focus on the swarm, generating goodwill with the Grave Epoch Annihilator, freeing up more of his forces to rally here around Triaxis. And obviously, like, the map is like displaying perfectly where, like the fleet has like tripled in size around Triaxis.
And if this arrangement holds up, then swarm should be not too major of an issue.
He says, I think you're mistaking the obvious. And then he like zooms back out and looks at it, and then it brings up the statistics at the side that you might not be able to immediately realise what it kind of translates to, but he says, without knowledge of my resources and the plan I have been enacting over the last 10 years, the Viscarium have taken the Pact Worlds. It just hasn't been said. And you see like the sheer number of the actual fleet that is positioned around Triaxis. Even the fleet I have assembled will struggle against that number of ships without thinning their numbers somewhat, dividing their resources.
And the swarm, or how you intend to do that?
Sheikh said, I have no plans with my calculations for the swarm. The Viscarium were dealing with it until the Bone Sages have taken over. These are complications to my plan, but not necessarily complications that aren't resolving themselves. It seems like this Gravy Bulk Annihilator has as much disdain for the Elibrian that woke as the Bone Sages who are allied with him. It is a victory worthy of a new title in his eyes.
Yes, I understand he intends to commit pretty much everything to the fight.
You can see why I'm not.
Assumes he'll be able to win instantly.
You can see why the concern of this fleet is not exactly my most pressing. He's about to ruin his greatest resource in this system.
Yes.
And just nods to that and like kind of dismisses the map to pitch like an idle view of the Pact Worlds again. Says, my job is to keep the Pact Worlds safe. I am doing this. You may think my method's underhand, but I am keeping the denizens of the Pact system safe.
Power source. From Daza.
He looks towards you as if, go on.
What is she going to do with it?
The Event Horizon implied that your captain said it was an important weapon against the Elibrian.
I don't know whether that was maybe the captain trying to put it in a way that would appeal to her, or her misunderstanding him. If they're not careful, it's the furthest thing from a weapon against them.
How so?
It's exactly what he needs.
To what end?
He wants his world back. Not just restored, he wants what happened to his world never to have happened. And Zik, you have seen this too to a lesser extent, or maybe a greater extent considering the time that you were there. We've encountered a being from another world.
I think he'll be looking at Zig to see what Zig's response is from like that, ultimately.
I've seen his memories. I've seen what happens when the counterpart. It was the beginning of the end for them. Massive source of radioactive power powering an entire, in that case, station. Supernatural, actually, source, as I believe the one in Daza ultimately is.
This would be related to this query.
We remembered a great deal that he didn't share with us. So, fortunately, expected he.
I assume there is a reason that you assisted in his escape.
Believe it or not, it wasn't entirely to my own ends. I was
Simply that Emma Onarakis had found her way into authority over me meant I had no concerns allowing you to escape my ship with him.
she can make she can make things quite complicated in her way. But I have a certain grudging respect for her. She's a villain, but she is an open villain.
He laughs at that and he shakes his head and he goes, I believe that most people would see anyone in their way a villain.
Perhaps. But she has no interest in right and wrong, and she doesn't really care if anyone knows that.
She is a tool that can be utilized for its function. She wishes to profit. She has access to technology and production. She is a useful tool if used correctly. But if dropped, it can still hurt one's foot.
you'll probably already know this, but you're not the only one who's dealt with her weapons division.
I know
Her
it's
research division, I say research division.
he nods and he says the shipment was to be tracked, not intercepted. This is why the key of Alari had to be so unfortunately handled. We were tracking where that shipment was going from Aspis. The key of Alari took it upon itself to intercept. They were, as I said at the briefing, they were meant to surveil, not interfere.
Something changed on board then.
And yet we find Shakos involved.
I've had Narakis develop a weapon against Illibrian.
He tilts his head as if, okay. I was like, and do you think it will be successful?
I think she believed me when I told her of how dangerous it was. And I think she has seen that I could be useful to her if she were to do business with me again. Of course, I understand that's perhaps something that would be limited in my current capacity, but less.
He looks between you and Zig and he says, so if she had an interest in acquiring this query from another universe, as you say, burdened by a similar fate we seem to be hurtling towards, then I can understand why she would assist you in this endeavour to prevent this outcome. You can tell he's just pieced everything together based on what he's... The fragments of what you have just laid out.
Hey!
Everybody drink.
She knew very quickly what he was. I don't know how she knew, but she was right.
Things from another universe vibrate at slightly different frequencies from our own molecularly. He says that so quickly, like he's, clearly this is like, everyday knowledge for him.
It's... The parallels weren't perfect. Some individuals mapped up exactly against others in his memories. Different paths in life, but clearly the same person, same face, same name. Others were inverted in their role, and still others were equivalent. Someone who wasn't quite that person, but close enough that, imagine it was a movie adaptation of a book, and they decided to condense two characters together.
Do any of these details provide a way to avoid the fate that we are going towards?
Well, potentially. He was Edgar. In some sense. Not literally, but in some meaningful sense he was. And she knew instantly. Edgar...
I assume you refer to Edgar Wesland, formerly employed by Aspis Consortium.
I assume you know the fate of Edgar Wesland.
He just nods, very briefly. We had rumours. No confirmations.
Edgar wanted so desperately...
It just says he was a tertiary target.
He was so determined to take her spot at the top that he abandoned all reason, his own personal safety. He maintained that's all it was, at every opportunity.
Ambition is a dangerous mistress.
I agree. Yeah. The only problem I have with that is that ambition isn't that helpful if you get yourself killed in the process.
It's like, were you going to say something there when you went, yeah?
No, I just said
okay,
yeah.
Okay, cool. Because please feel free to jump in at any point, by the way. You are welcome to share your views here.
An ambitious man might take risks that others wouldn't, but probably wouldn't go on a suicide mission. There was something else at play, someone else trying to oust her. And Edgar, I think, was their tool.
It looks kind of like, wouldn't say surprised. He never looks surprised, but he gives a look as if interesting. He says, "We have no intelligence that would support someone trying to dethrone her as such. But it is not to say it isn't true. I understand that the dragons of Triaxis were not exactly happy with her ability to control so much of the infrastructure on the planet."
I wouldn't be surprised if it were one or more of them. But I have a sticking suspicion it might not be drag.
Again, candor.
I don't believe it's you if you're worried. That's what I'm implying.
I was not worried.
The bank.
He does look shocked now you say that. Like his body language just like adjusts a little bit.
I know Furler well enough to know that the bank isn't above assassination.
He says, "The bank and I are allies in this endeavor, but not against
I'm aware of that.
the consortium.
Bank.
Abadar
Sorry.
has funded the Pact side of this fleet."
I have no doubt. And I've also no doubt that Aspis has probably indirectly funded you. Or at least provided you with arms, weapons of some description.
They
Yeah,
have,
I've been
they have
known
been
for charitable-
contracted.
The two have always been at odds. And frankly, the bank isn't just a bank, is it?
I think he just says, "Is anything?" I think he'll just respond to that, like almost defeatedly. You could tell he would have a much simpler organized pact system if he could. Because remember, he was the one that pulled out of Akaton, because like, it's just a fucking sinkhole. Like, let's just not bother. It'll be safer without police. So yeah. And you say it's a church, and he goes, "Yes, I am quite aware."
When we were in Verces, we decided to kill some time investigating the premises that we had briefly used there. Found one of the dwarves that we sold the place to murdered.
He kind of nods and brings up the file, and he goes, "Yes, I believe Article 1 had filed a report." And this comes through, and he goes, "Yes, a dwarf by a known alias of..." that's my way of getting around the fact I don't remember his name.
Yep.
Yep, a known alias of Durafet Battlebeard.
Sounds like the guy.
Like, dismisses the file. Look at that, retroactively justifying why I don't remember names. And yeah, he says,
Ambushed with a mystic weapon. Probably a knife or sword.
"And you assume this was the bank's involvement?" He did have trouble with the bank according to the report that was filed.
They're far from the only people that could do that. But they are the only people we can directly connect to him that can do that.
Unfortunately, the bank operates within several legal loopholes that I have tried to remove. But given that the bank itself exists out with the Pact World's jurisdiction.
And have jurisdiction over a god.
And he nods, like, almost reverently, like, you know, as if, "Welcome to my problem." Like, yeah. By keeping their attention on a task quite motivational by them, given that without the Pact system they would have little supporting them. This move was in their best interests, but I have only looked in those that I could calculate being a net profit to this endeavor.
And Furler is one of those people.
I believe that this further you speak of is an agent of the bank. Yes.
I like Furler, and I more or less trust her. But that said, I never forget what she's capable of.
Yes, the agents of the bank, the S-Cates specifically, are empowered to enact reclamation on behalf of the bank.
Frankly, the first time I encountered her, she went through as like a wrecking ball. Terrifying. It made it very difficult to accurately assess her abilities after that first encounter.
He just nods.
Having said that, I have seen the full extent of her abilities, and she is as mortal as anyone else. Or perhaps a little less so.
He tilts his head again at that comment and he says, "We have many officers injured or killed confronting an S-Cate performing their duties and responsibilities to Abadar." And maybe likely even has like flashbacks to like just how awful like those situations have been, because it's very rare somebody fucks up with an S-Cate, obviously, very, very rare. But usually you could probably put it down to they're that good at their job that you wouldn't find out somebody'd fucked with an S-Cate.
They have fail-safes that we don't. Well, perhaps they're not involved in this. Perhaps this is just happenstance. I mean, I do believe in coincidences. It's a very big universe. There's a lot of things happening at any given time.
Grand calculations can only calculate for the known quantities.
There are a lot of moving parts that you're trying to keep track of here. I hope your calculations are... Well, I hope they're accurate.
If they aren't, I'm sure we will discover this soon enough. Maybe guess that he's talking more about this immediate situation than it might sound.
Okay. I feel like there's a question hanging in the air.
And he, like his shoulders slump a tiny bit and he goes, "If I were to allow you access to Shakos before I have had time to fully debrief her, what will you ask her?"
I'd ask her... Well, for everything.
She is a destabilizing element, and given that the Drow have not been subtle about their disdain for the status quo within the Pact World system, they have taken it upon themselves to make more trouble than normal, given the lack of organization within the stewards to police them.
You think that's her motive?
Unfortunately, that may have been a self-fulfilling prophecy on her part. The prejudice she faced as a result of her people and their reputation within the Pact systems is unfortunate, but perhaps was utilised well on behalf of the Drow, planting her within the stewards to do such as this.
How sure are you that she was planted?
I am not sure at all, hence why I wish to debrief her.
See.
And then he says something that Ziggle recognise pretty quickly. And he says, and like likely probably like it's not a million miles away from something you've maybe heard before. But he says, "There is a mindbreaker awaiting the debrief with her." And for Zig's understanding, that's a type of mystic that would just like peel away her brain layer by layer. Yeah.
I think Zig would, The potential Zig.
The dark Sig, yeah.
The dark Zig. Yeah, I think Zig would say, if you gave me and Lyco access before, we'll get the truth. Without such drastic.
He looks like at you for a second, like when he looks back to Zig and says, and if she were to say something that would entice you to ally with her machinations, unknown as they are, what then?
What happens, happens.
There's very little,
little.
You get very little back from Babak, like almost like a kind of like, you know, maybe he looks slightly unnerved by that, maybe a little.
You'll be observing us, I assume.
He looks back to you like and says, would you have it any other way?
No, if I were in your shoes, I'd do precisely the same thing. My point is only that, well, you have a pretty good idea of what's going on. You don't have to put a lot of trust in us.
You mistake me, Lyco. I have a lot of trust in you.
It's, well, I hope that's the case.
We would not be here having this conversation if I did not have a great deal of trust in you. You have done nothing to make me change the trust I have given you. It's probably the most, like, that's as close to sentiment as you'd ever get from the guy, right? Like, this is like leaning on the time you had a drink with him in the officer's lounge.
Yeah.
There are a few I would trust to see the big picture, regardless of the details that make bigger decisions hesitant.
You know me well enough to know that I have made choices in the past that have been costly for other people, and that I haven't always done that unknowingly. I make no pretense or about who I am. I told my young friend here once, and I'll happily say it to you now. I am no hero. I have no illusions about that. I am aware that people see me as someone who will get things done, but I hope people also see me as someone with at least some degree of integrity.
Like by that, just looks goes, your record has been perfectly clear on your motivations.
I can't pretend that I don't have a great deal of sympathy for Shakos. Shakos has been a good friend to me.
Hence our
Before and
conversation. You can tell that he's basically just there admitted, yeah, the fact that you are so close to her is the reason why he now is like, can I actually trust you in this matter? Yeah. It's tricky, right? It's a tricky place to be in.
Not willing to condemn my friend without knowing.
He shakes his head and goes, I would not condemn an officer seeking truth.
Then what would you do?
And he kind of looks between both of you and says, if you tell me now that you can get an answer that I cannot without having to revert to the methods available to me, then I will allow you to try. But this is a risk I would have to calculate. And it is not looking good for me if it goes wrong.
I can tell you that she will be more open with me than she would be with anyone else within the organization, and I can tell you.
He nods and goes, this is known. This is also why you are here.
And I can tell you that, as you probably already know, given you evidently have some capacity for more than normal abilities yourself, Zik here is possessed of considerable talents that allow him to see in the minds of others and to share his thoughts with them. Zik says he can do it. I have absolute faith he can do it.
He turns to you, Zig. He looks at you and goes, this is what Lyko says about you, true. Are your capabilities such?
Yes.
He narrows his eyes and looks at you. And then he says, and your loyalties, as what I have said here, led you to believe that I do not have the Pact World's best interests in mind.
I think at heart you do have. You put the pact first. Whether or not it's more that you believe have the best interests of the pact versus actually having the best interests of the pact, I don't know.
Who would know such a thing?
I think Zig just kind of.
Yeah, like that's definitely a
Half nods,
rhetorical,
yeah.
like, you know, that's a
Yeah,
mystic
sure.
statement, right? Just like, who
Yeah.
would know? Then you are willing to ally with my agenda in this matter.
In the pursuit of truth, I will ally with anyone.
And you realize that if I have any suspicions that you are withholding from me, I would subject you to the Mindbreaker.
Well aware.
And it gives you like that, the serious mystic nod, the grave
Yeah.
consequences mystic nod. It gives you that. Then we best return, unless there is anything else within the interests of candor you wish to share here and now.
Zig just does like another just look around the room, trying to take it all in.
And then player agency for everybody then. Anything else you wish to discuss with Babak here?
Anything that we should? Anything I should mention?
So Aura, feel free to weigh in as well.
Not that I can really think of. Yeah, not really. Not from me. Not that I can really think.
Zig, anything else you think should come up conversationally?
I
Maybe
don't know, I think I covered.
doesn't need to be from Zig, remember?
Yeah, but no, I think that covered most of what we'd get out of Babak anyway. Don't know if
That's alright. Nah, kind of thinking.
Okay.
yeah.
Then I am happy.
Okay, if that's the case, he puts his hands out, obviously. Expects you both to
Yep,
assemble.
do indeed.
I mean, I guess 2 seconds. What is the actual order of it?
Of what?
The goal
Okay.
is all. I mean,
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Clarify. I think we
getting looked
have.
in about Plan B,
What?
whatever Plan B is. He's got a fleet.
Oh, looping as many allies into Plan B.
Okay.
I don't think we should do that too much.
Okay, do you wanna elucidate for the party?
Certainly. I think he has laid out a pretty convincing logic, but I also think he's clearly demonstrated that he's not entirely trustworthy. And
Yeah, he's basically lied to the Pact for 10 years.
perhaps doesn't take the Librian as seriously as a threat as we do.
You could also read into
Because
he's like, so I will just say this as well, you can definitely tell he is happy the Librian poses as big a threat as it does, because it's going to make
because
the
he sees he
Veskar...
can use it. He thinks,
Mhm.
oh, that will take care of my Vest problem in the system. And then
Yeah.
probably, and he's not even certain, it's like, probably my hybrid tech will protect me from it.
Yeah. Obviously they've
Yeah,
had no
that-
experience with, but they've had no experience with the Librian, right?
Yeah.
Which is why that's
That's a
Seems like
big-
they'd be quite happy to let
Yes.
the Librine go to town for a bit before
Mhm.
having to deal with it than just
Yeah,
dealing
we're
with
definitely on our way.
University.
Yeah, we're almost there. Right, their fleet's down to 50%. Right, we're totally almost at... Okay, it's like a quarter. We're here! Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, I think he is willing to allow what might be considered to others, like, well, certainly Lyco. I think he's willing to allow unacceptable losses in service of protecting his people.
Yeah,
rather
you
than
can
Pact
tell,
specifically.
like... You can tell that everything is about preserving Pact resources, not any other resources. The Vesk are not considered Pact resources in his eyes, very clearly.
The Pact is still, even then, it's still to a degree a means and an end to protect the Adari.
Oh, everything's to protect the Adari, right? Like, literally everything, it seems.
So, if he decides tactically to let a few more planets get it for a bit, if it spares the Adari, he absolutely will do that, I think.
The impression
And
you
as
get, though, I
we're
think, as
not
well...
all Gasathans,
I was
I
going to
don't
say,
think...
the impression
Just-
you'd get from that assessment would be that would need to be, like, no other choice levels of decision.
Yeah, but it's clear where his priorities lie.
He would definitely park the Adari behind the next planet over
Mm-hmm.
if the problem got that close. Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
But it's not like he has ever used anything... He's never threw Pact resources against the wind. Do you know what I mean? He's never, like... He's not sent people off for pointless deaths. He's in fact pulled them away any chance he
Yeah.
can. Again, Akaton is like testament to that. That he's like, Akaton's Akaton's problem. It doesn't affect anything else. It's all like its own issue. Like they get in each other's way as well in Akaton, as you've seen between like Grinning Durwa and the gangs, all like trying to get whatever scraps he had. So yeah.
I don't trust him enough to loop him into that fully because their plan is pretty ill felt for it, and I think he would exploit it to his own ends.
Right, anything else in the agency moment you want?
We're gone.
Anything else, folks?
I don't think
No.
so. I can't think of anything.
And I just generally can't think.
Okay. That's fine.
It's all good brain.
If that is the case, then I use touch his hands, and user whooshed back to the like the table. Zig, you could probably give me a mysticism roll.
Yeah, for sure. A while since I've done one of those.
Yeah.
Where I clicked it. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
49.
You can clearly tell that that is a beacon he can use to pull himself towards.
Okay, right.
That is how he was able to bring you back to this exact room.
Cool.
Yeah. So, with that,
I think Zig would say that.
okay, go for it.
You. I assumed you meant the Adari. He can summon himself. Use the Adari as a beacon.
No,
Or is
the thing he
it-
put on the table
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Because remember, you're in like a line in the sand class, like the Galarian class cruiser thing.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
And he just bamfed away, which means, like, unless he was bamfing to a person, remember, like, how you work?
He doesn't have the same restrictions because he's got that target.
So he's left that as like a big elastic band to bounce him back here.
Yeah. I'd say that it's like, oh, you use this as your point of reference.
And he like picks it back up and like disables it, and he says, "Yes, the Kasathan mysticism is quite ancient," and puts it away. And there's definitely that air of a human just being like complimenting a Vulcan's piece of technology and then just being basically like snide comments back. It's definitely not meant to be snide, but it can't not come off as a bit haughty.
I don't think Zig is like particularly like offended or anything. He's
basically said Kasathan technology is better. Basically, is what he's
yeah
said in different words. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not his fault that he's.
And like the Kasathan mysticism does, like, it's one of the most ancient in the lore. As well.
That's like I feel like Zig would probably either know that or have heard someone mention it and talk about it.
Easy with a 49. Easy. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it does let you know that out of all the classes he could have been, Mystic's a weird one for him to land on. Yeah. After the session, I'll even tell you his subclass. Yes. So he says once he does that and puts that away, he kind of just gives you like again that kind of nod of, you noticed enough to notice that. Kind of, you definitely get like a note of, you're definitely not just a small rat. You're definitely
he's a large rat.
Yeah, like you're definitely going to be like put in a lot of maybe all the rumors about you are true. Definitely isn't just replaying the security footage of the fucking wastelands of verses in his brain. Which there are no security footage in the middle of fucking nowhere. So yeah, you're free and clear, buddy. That just lives in the horrible minds of your allies.
Yes.
Yep. There's a weird phrasing, the horrible minds of your allies. That was maybe harsher than it had to be. So Babak then like heads towards the door and says, like with his hands like folded behind his back, and he just turns and says, "I will make arrangements for Shakos to be seen. It will be observed. You can feel free to make her aware of this fact or not, but it will not change the observation. Perhaps withholding that information may be more beneficial to her forthcoming."
Mystic, no.
And he looks to Lyko to see if Lyko's like willing to lie to Shakos or not. Yeah.
She'll expect to observe.
Not if the location is chosen by you where you meet.
See. And when you say chosen by me, you mean chosen by me now so that you can be prepared.
He nods.
Then perhaps I'm not sure. Player agency, suggest, because my first instinct was probably back in Versus, and then I thought, she might not want to be in Stewardland.
You could literally just take her back to the ship, could you not? Like the Fine Lower. It's like, can you take a passenger with you in addition?
Yeah, as long as I can take anyone that I'm touching up to however many.
That raises the question of the surveilling us at the final hour.
Does it?
Grab and run, man. Grab and run.
No, I'm not.
Zora just
I'm an
picks
operative
up.
after all, not a soldier.
As long as they're willing or unconscious.
Okay.
Which is.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah.
Look, anyway. I would say we should go ahead with this. I think this is a better way to protect her than just running away.
Yeah, like, it's not like Babak's saying, I think she's guilty. Babak's like, I'm just genuinely curious as to why she did that. That's a weird thing to do.
So do we think the ship's a good choice for location then?
Where else is there though? Like where? Like, do you think she's gonna trust anywhere else realistically?
To be fair, probably not.
Like I was trying to really genuinely rack my brain, going, what location are you gonna take her to? Absalom's not there, so yeah.
Yeah, so I think we'll see. It's got to be the ship.
He kind of nods and he goes, as I had suspected. I believe your ship was headed towards Abalon. I can have Article 1 escort you and your companion there. With...
And surveillance, what steps will you take?
As I mentioned, I can have Article 1 escort you and your companion there.
See.
Brain speak. We could escort Article 1.
Brain smile, I guess. Okay. Okay, we can work with that.
I know it says. As I mentioned, this is a large step towards consolidating my trust in you, Michael. There is a lot to lose for me here, and little for Shakos to gain, if any missteps are taken.
I can imagine. I also imagine there's probably very little for me to gain, so...
He just nods and goes, you can see why my trust is not misplaced in you.
Well, shall we do this then?
And then Babak opens the door, walks out, and then, like, basically just informs, like, Sanchez what's required. Like, basically you're going to go to, like, you know, the exact, like, holding cell number, blah, 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 you know, all the admin that's required to get you guys escorted to, you know, Article 1 and Shakos. So, it's free up to that. Article 1 meets you outside the cell. She just, like, smirks and shakes her head, like, side to side, going, can't seem to be rid of you.
So it seems.
Don't sound too pleased. And she smiles at you as well, Zig.
Zig smiles back.
So, I was told there were special transport arrangements made?
I believe so. Yes, I'm sure you've more information than that than I do, though.
She smirks and goes, well, I was told I was about to be told. And she just smirks back at you. Goes, here's me thinking the engine got a nice cooldown, but I'm hearing that there's a different method discussed. And she looks directly at you, Zig.
Zig, like, you know, double thumbs chest.
She goes, thrilled. She just says, clearly not thrilled. Given that, obviously, like us, she's like a pilot by heart.
Yeah.
And then she goes, you can take this officer, even if they're unconscious.
Especially if they're unconscious.
You say that?
Yeah, but I think he says it as innocently as yeah, especially if they're unconscious.
And she
not
is
seeing anything wrong with that.
unconscious right now.
And she gives you a look and goes, the transport of this particular officer has been carefully managed so as not to distress her any further than required. And you can read into that being, she's been knocked out the whole time since she's woke up, basically.
I see.
No,
I don't suppose she could be any more surprised about waking up here than waking up there than she would be about waking up here.
yes, there. What do I need to bring with me? What scale of surveillance project is this likely to be? And
I hold out my comms.
Yeah.
These are the specs of the ship.
And she then brings up her common. I assume you swipe them over.
There's a Vesk officer on board other than the captain.
She kind of gives you a look and goes, something to worry about?
She's Vesk.
She just goes, yes, and smiles very emphatically. Is that something to worry about? The tone implying we're on a fucking Vesk hybrid project ship right now.
Yeah, but I'm Lyko.
I know, but that's why obviously Article 1's definitely like, and why would that be a problem, Lyko? Yeah.
Additionally, our android friend, depending on his whereabouts, can play hell with machines without even meaning to.
Sure, that would
So,
put Sir at ease.
sure it would.
Note
But
that
it's something we
if my surveillance is interfered with, it would need to be reported. You understand that, though?
I do.
I don't mind if you lie to the officer. My presence not being known to her would be beneficial to this process.
I have no doubt.
Nods. Then shall we? And she like turns.
Just so we're clear, I am doing you the service of making you aware of potential interruptions to watch out for.
She turns and she goes.
I am not threatening them.
She turns and she goes, oh no, I know. I am appreciative of it, but I have a job to do, Lyko. Just like you.
Indeed.
I would assume that your colleagues would toe the line. And you can tell she's like, I'm going to trust you because you're a steward. And when you betray me, I'll shoot you. Like, it's very matter of fact that you haven't betrayed her, so she doesn't not trust you.
They'll play their part.
And she kind of like, by the time you've had that conversation, she's finished like opening the cell door, and out comes like the equivalent of a stretcher that's got like Shakos sedated on it.
He just shakes his head for a second.
Her vitals are stable, and she'll wake up within, the looks of it, a couple of hours. So, yes, shall we?
Zig puts out his hands. I guess
Hand and Zig.
maybe actually just grabs on to Shakos, being as they can't actively reach out to him.
Yep.
And yeah, closes his eyes and channels himself to
Weird, probably?
Weird, yeah. I was going to say the captain, but he's not.
Well, technically, right, I don't really care how long this takes. We can stretch all the times that are required for the captain to finish his night out with Tanida. Some amazing cello and woodwinds you've got there. Yep. I'd love to hear all of them.
Pounding cello beats.
Yes. And yeah, you would. I assume, like, was there anything else you wanted to do with Tanida, like beyond the night out, etc.? That sounded very loaded as a question, but. Or is it just have a pleasant night out on the town, basically, and then retire to respective ships?
Have a pleasant night out. The town sounds like a nice way just ended to that night. You know,
Yeah.
It seems.
So I can tell it's something like that. Yeah.
No complications. Just nice day.
No complications.
It just should have been on Zora's character sheet. No complications. Yeah. Yeah, and we can like obviously like fast forward to the part where all the timelines sync up enough, you know, that we're all back on board the final hour as you port yourselves in with your telepathic jaunt, bringing obviously Article 1 and Shakos along for the ride. Yeah. Things appear, I guess, on the bridge if Weird has just been assigned to the bridge duty for the whole period of time. I guess, Zora, you've been, like, I'm assuming you telepathically warned them these were coming through the mind link?
Oh yeah, would have said.
Yeah, would we?
Well, actually, we didn't say we were leaving either, so.
Yeah.
Jokes on
No,
you
I
about the
think
bridge anyway.
And then once we got there, gone, we're back.
So yeah, I think there is a scene where you just have the "we're back," and then obviously Zora, you can reply if you wish, since you're there.
The extra crew aboard.
Like Article 1, like
Captain.
Article 1 stands like to attention and kind of like gives you like a kind of almost like, not like a fake salute, but definitely like a half-hearted salute. He goes, Officer Article 1.
Officer Article 1. I would look at all as Lyco.
Captain, we have a delicate situation with Yakos here. I need to interview, and I need to do it in a situation where she'll be forthcoming. Unfortunately, the stewards can't let that be a situation where she isn't surveilled.
That's where I come in. She gestures like over his shoulder.
Yeah, that's where this one comes in.
No bugs, Lyco.
We will be thorough in removing anything after the fact.
And like she gives you like a playful smile. She goes, "Do you have something to hide from the stewards?"
I don't care if you need to tie a rope between both your hips. I've had enough trouble with bugs in this ship. No more bugs.
Like tilt her head to the side, like the fuck does he? What is he talking about, Lyco? Like what?
It's an obsidian star vessel. What do you think?
She goes, "Oh, this is one of the Event Horizons, is it?"
I think it was. It was weird,
Yeah.
but like, yeah, you can't reply, so you know what I mean.
I mean, it was the Event Horizon. Like she gave you the ship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then in walks another person onto the bridge.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Madvin.
So it's Alice.
Oh, good.
And she's got a yogurt in her hand, and she's
Well
like
done for
spooning it
remembering
in.
the man.
I know, well fucking done indeed. She walks in like spooning yogurt into her mouth, and he goes, "Oh, you're back!" It's like spitting yogurt out as she's saying it excitedly, waving.
Article 1, Alice. Article
Fragment.
1.
And then she goes, "Oh, so when yous were away, they put the other Alice in me, so I'm now two Alices. Well, I'm me again." And she smiles at everybody.
I'm not sure what that means, but I'm glad, I think.
And then she just kind of like finger guns from the hip, with a spin in her hand.
I'll give her a quick finger gun back.
And then
That sounds bad.
the camera just like turns around in Article 1, just like, the fuck? And that's where we end the session.
She's an AI.
That's where we end. We're good
Okay.
there. Just with her being like, the fuck have I stepped into? This is where Lyco went, basically.
I like the idea as well that she's so she sees Alice and she thinks, oh, like another android, and then Alice starts talking and she's like, oh, what is this?
Well, look at the two android examples on the bridge currently. Weird, the spider tank, and and Alice,
whoever Alice is.
the yogurt fiend.
I like like Weird's been doing like his I am the ship thing for the last days.
Oh dear. So, what would you like to call the session?
What was it you said the minute ago, Nico? Keep it.
No complications?
No complications.
Keep it simple or something like that. Keep it,
I don't know, actually.
or some no complications was one of the things. Yeah, like something like that. No complications would be good. It would be wildly untrue.
Previous titles, so we don't.
Yes, indeed, because we discovered that we'd reused Events on the Horizon, was it?
Did we?
Yeah, like, so see if you scroll up in the chat.
Oh
like-
well, I mean, honestly, I think we were probably just like scraping the bottom of the barrel for
To be
names.
honest, it was obviously just Matva was involved in both, so I think I just went onto the tracker and just
Horizontal events.
I just put part 1 and part 2 as if they were connected.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's close enough for me.
Thematically connected. There you go.
Well, it's Matva's appearances were important enough to obviously just... So she appears again, I guess we have to put Events on the Horizon part 3. So...
Reaching the horizon. That sounds like a shitty fucking...
It just sounds like a product from Horizon.
Who would be in that film?
Oh dear.
Horizon reached.
Me, I would.
And then it'd be
Yeah.
like, Horizon Reach 2. Broken
New
Dawn.
Horizons.
Oh, no, to Tom Cruise being the first one, and then someone that you haven't heard of but is vaguely familiar.
Or
Isn't the
looks
second
looks
one.
close enough to Tom Cruise, but isn't. Yeah.
No complications is the suggestion.
Oh, complications. No breathing.
Can I suggest? I fucking called it. By the way, guys. If I can just say one thing, the ID. I was
Well, we'll get to it.
playing mind all along. You thought he was crazy with his conspiracy board, but actually, he's one step ahead of all of them. I don't really have the capacity to do much about it, but I was.
What about something like conspiracy condensed or conspiracies condensed?
Oh, I was just trying to think of conspiracy.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Conspiracy cadenza.
I had a great idea there, but it doesn't work, and I'm trying to make it work.
Okay, well, talk me through it and we'll see if we can make it work.
I've
put Back to the Future.
I need a futuristic kind of word that's similar to gunman.
Okay, armsman, mercenary, like what? Do you need any specific letters?
It doesn't. So here's my thought. My first thought was lone gunman.
Okay.
And that might be a reference that you may understand. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The lone gunman. And that was because I like the idea of like this like loose coalition of conspiracy theorists actually having worked it all out.
Okay, what about this? The long shot man. Because I mean, it's a big long shot that's in play, and it's kind of.
Sounds like a punny character name.
It does, doesn't it? Oh, that's wrong. I put San. It's went Japanese. Damn. Let's
San. Also, just because I love the Lone Gunman as a name, it's hilarious.
Also, calculations, I guess, was mentioned 1,000 fucking times. So
yeah.
Oh my god. For anyone not familiar, keikaku means plan. Does no one get that reference?
Dinner with disaster. It covers the fact that we had a nice dinner, and then obviously we were discussing the possible disastrous results of this massive decade-long plan.
For reference.
Is this too much of a stretch? Decadence.
Yeah.
I mean, fancy dinner for 12k. Decadence. Decade-long plan. At least I'm trying here.
Yeah, it's a good one.
We definitely haven't had it before because it's fairly garbage.
With drought.
Oh. What else was the major focus of this then? Because I feel like it should probably involve maybe something to do with Babak in a way.
Yeah.
It probably should. I hate that every time I say Babak, I just want to say pun names instead of actual titles.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Small like banal and plans.
I see, like how you found me at the bottom of this barrel. Welcome.
I am the barrel.
Oh dear.
I'm not wearing hockey pads.
Or something as simple as friends and allies.
Finalizes. Yeah. Sounds alright.
Okay, so what?
Put allies in quotation marks and it's just chef's kiss, man. Mwah.
I've also got like family and friends. Because family was discussed between Thanida and
Oh yeah.
and Zora.
Something to do with the Adari? Because that's quite a big development,
Mhm.
right? Actually being on board the fucking Adari.
Yeah.
Dari Knights.
That's a quite like that one, to be honest with you. Because
It
also
means
like,
literally nothing.
but also like you were on the Adari, and then there was like the nightlife
The
of
night
like
out.
Abaddon part, like the night out. Like,
A
it's-
Dari
Yeah.
Insider.
Oh,
Ooh.
Yeah. A Dari Noir.
Dari Noir.
The Dari's also just a
my
nice word.
contact lens. BRB.
Any other suggestions, folks?
There we go, just a simple one.
Night out on the Adari. Oh dear.
There you
Callum. Callum. The burning pun.
Um,
How have we not had that before? The burning pun. Like, honestly. That feels like a crime.
that's yeah. That's gotta come up at some point.
Mystic Nod.
Mystic Nod.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It feels like a fortune teller within the Mystic community, doesn't it? That's the worst one of all of them. Like the Rincewind of them. The Darley.
Literally.
This is so bad, Nico.
Is it literally bad?
Like, inside job is where my brain went there with the Dari Insider, right? And I'm wondering if there's a way to fuse more of that in. Without just writing literally the Adari Insider job. The Insidari job. Just this then, if you're going to go that bad. In Dari. No, I actually think I just put it as a serious in Dari because I have no other actual, like, nothing's really peaking here.
Yeah, I thought Inside Harry job was like peak, man.
Yeah.
Like top notch, man.
Okay. So, we liked the dinner. We liked family. So, family, dinner, and the Dari?
That's not bad, it's not right, I mean.
Yeah. Because we had Cloak in the Dari before.
Because there was a lot of packs, there was a lot of like deals done and stuff as well between even like Flagwizig and Babac.
Actually, yeah, so I've got one for that actually.
Well, I'll talk about the packed worlds obviously as well, so
I think I like this, so the phrase I made arrangements, because it covers literally what Thanida did when you had approached her about, like, you know, if she died before the vault could be used. So I made arrangements, and literally everything Babac has done is 10 years
for the
worth
past
of...
10 years.
Yeah. Well,
I love the puns.
I've got a modification of that. There you go. Just to make it even worse. To the Adari and back with a Badon. Almost like abandon. Terrible. I'm not gonna vote for my own one though because I'm that way inclined. So I Made Arrangements is currently my favourite of all of those, and there's a lot of good ones here though.
I have to reread all of them, I think.
Yeah,
I'm giving mine like a triple done.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll even give you a one right, but
hey, you don't need to pity vote me, buddy. I'll take your vote, but I don't need to pity vote.
But to Abaddon in the back is just peak, man. It's got to be done. I get it's got to be done. I'm pretty sure I spent Abaddon ring, but like Avalon. But what would I say Abaddon for? Like I don't know why Abaddon's in my head.
The Bank of Abadar.
Yeah, probably. But I wanted that. I meant to say Avalon.
I think, isn't Abaddon like a demon or a devil?
Abaddon is, I'm pretty sure, a Warhammer character.
Right, okay.
It's probably based off of said true demon because it's all.
Okay. Do you want to give me a vote or another suggestion?
I'm
Where are we
just
going?
reading
Yeah.
through. Ugh. There you go. I'll give to Avalon.
Okay. Well, in absence of Colin, we have our one. I Made Arrangements.
I retract my vote. To a draw.
Well, I use my Supreme Chancellor authority to then just add votes to everything else, so they're all even.
Fuck.
Damn.
I mean, but then you add one of the Avalon though.
So anyway, I Made Arrangements.
Apologies, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Quickly vote for that to Avalon and be back.
No.
What am I for? What?
You don't
Go
vote
to
Whatever.
it.
We voted I Made Arrangements 1. It's the one
Okay.
that it tied in Thanida and Babak's conversations nicely.
Sure.
So we went for that one. There were a lot of good ones though.
Arrangements.
There was a lot of good ones. And also Babak for seconds is terrible. I just read that.
But back in black.
Babak in Black, yep.
Slightly darker turn for time.
So, with that, let's look at goals.
Goals.
We did not.
Always believe in.
We failed.
I don't know about we.
Actively.
Okay, well let's look at them in order. So, have a personal hand in the death of Demogesh. Are we still pursuing the goal? Because it is not done.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Okay. Absalom Stationley.
Absalom stationally.
Yep.
But as sure as Absalom's destruction, still on.
Okay, and then Lyko. Clarify Babak's intentions with the fleet.
I feel like we have.
I mean,
Oh yeah.
yeah, like, can you answer the question for the audience and also your colleagues who
Well, I
partly
think at
thought
this
not?
point it's clear that he believes to protect the Pact Worlds in order to protect the Adari, this fleet is going to be necessary to take out the Vesk threat and be prepared for the Aslanti Star Empire's approach.
Seems so.
He's been making some elaborate plans, move people around and engineer conflict and create alliances and what have you, so that the table is sort of stacked. The deck is the the table. That's what I'm trying.
The deck is rigged. The table is stacked.
And it's he is very much trying to rig the deck in his favor, so that when it eventually the hands are played, my knowledge of poker.
The dominoes fall
What is
in the
a game?
direction that he wants, so he
The
can try to dabble.
dominoes fall on Snake Eyes. But yeah, he's essentially setting up the board so that it's the most strategically advantageous position for him when the conflict starts. He predicts this conflict will start, and he hopes to take advantage of a weakened Vesk on account of the Elybrian to sort of crush their efforts to take the Pact Worlds, and thereby have a sort of stronger unified pact worlds.
And like, ideally, he'd rather use the Vesk fleet against the Aslanti directly.
Yeah, if possible, yeah.
But considering there's now more Vesker than he'd calculated, he's like,
He
well,
needs to thin the herd.
yeah.
And conveniently,
I
the
know, right?
Librian has shown up to do that.
Yep. It's almost like the Librian isn't just the only thing in the game, right? Which is nice. Yeah, imagine that. Right. Yeah, no, I'm happy for you to have said that you have clarified the intentions of the fleet. Right. Weird Skull of End Matvla's influence or heartbeat.
To be... Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's still underway. Like, at least you technically did make some progress towards it. Because you did clarify that Babak isn't exactly like a steadfast ally to her.
Yeah, he still dipped his toes in lava though. But
Yeah, but you know, it takes a while for the boots to melt. You know, those good old diary boots. And then you've got Fix Thanida's death.
Yeah. It's a happening.
Okay, good.
Queenie's not dying.
made a slight bit of at least acknowledging that we're trying.
Yeah, he's basically kind of went to her and were like, "We've got your back." Really, that's kind of what the meal really was, wasn't it? Ultimately, no, it was good. As I said, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yep, so that's still ongoing. I enact plan with the bioweapon. That's not happened yet. It's still an ongoing one. It is quite literally an ongoing one, like I said originally, but it is an ongoing one.
Getting steps made, figured out about the gate and all that stuff, about the doorway, maybe passageway through the vault.
The vault door, yeah.
Vault door, yes.
Yep. Enlist Sindial's help in bringing Bonesages into anti-Orgolith's plan.
He's still rampaging.
He's still doing his thing, yep. Build/acquire negative energy weapon. Bomb, question mark. I'm glad I didn't come up with Babak. Just saying. That was probably good that it didn't come up. Uncover the bank's involvement in dwarf murder.
I think that's still worth doing because those may point to other things.
And then loop in as many allies into Plan B.
I think Plan B at this point might have to change because I think there may be worse things than the Librian.
Okay. Well, maybe we need to put that into that goal line and just say needs discussion in brackets or something after what's written there. It's maybe worth having the...
Because I'm thinking that for a time I am going to go along with Babak, and I do think that to some extent the Pact Roads has to come first. But ultimately...
Racist bastard.
He's got to go. What he did with the Kivalari... I'm gonna kill him.
Ooh.
Like in the short term, I'm gonna work with him because I do think fundamentally we have to protect the pact. And Lyko understands using underhand means to achieve noble goals.
So
That doesn't mean he has to like that, though. He doesn't mean he has to like sacrificing
Well,
your
we'll
own
unpack
men
that
for
a bit in the wrap-up chat. So, Lyko, your goal slot, which is remaining empty currently, what is it? What's it going to be? What are we putting in?
I'm not sure.
Shakos related to something.
Oh no, that's not how his name's spelled. There's an A there. Or Babka can be his
Babka.
name. Babka.
Babka.
I refine it to something better, but for the time being, help and also kill
I'm seeing a
Babak.
theme in the personal goals now.
Yes.
It's increasingly just murderer superiors.
Yep.
Take over the Pact World, basically.
Installing your government. What's the government? Us. Okay.
Essentially,
Are any of these other goals changing or being tweaked? Because we do have a bunch that maybe want refined.
I like the all-out
Okay.
murder and then one saviour.
Okay.
Because that's what it is. It's like 3 murdered goals.
Dear.
Yeah, well, you know what? Sometimes you gotta kill a fucker.
There's kill these people, these 3 people. There's stop this person from staying dead potentially, or stop them dying, and then there's solve this other guy who died's death. So there's a lot of murder themed
Very
ones. And also,
Death Party.
technically there's a fourth kill the Librian with the bioweapon thing as well. So there is that too, I suppose.
Ton of assassination.
Yeah. Got dark, guys. It got dark. But anyway, besides that, no other changes to goals?
No.
Can think of.
Okay, if that's the case, that is good. We will move on to our wrap-up section. And yeah, I think I wouldn't mind if this is a more interconnected convo, given that there's obviously a massive fucking info dump there. But let's start with sort of brief comments about our individualist thoughts. So, Zora, do you want to start us off?
Yeah. It's good fun. Nice wee dinner.
Oh, wow.
That sounded
It's not ideal.
Fuck was
smashing.
that?
Oh dear.
I don't know if it's a plate or if it's like I don't know, like a symbol or something.
You okay there, Kel?
Firstly, the plate has now broken.
It's a plate.
A glass has fallen on top of said broken plate and shattered everywhere as well.
Okay.
So, give me a moment.
Yep. Well,
Calamity.
yeah, calamity indeed. Well, Zora pad for us for a bit. Yep. So you were saying?
Yeah, nice wee dinner. I just got to sit back, chill, and eat make believe dinner and party make believe. It's good. It's good fun. The backs. Yeah, he's kind of just the different than Matfa, really. He's just
How so?
packed world Matfa.
You're right.
He's yeah.
I didn't
Right.
want him to be, but you're right.
And that's about as simply as I can put how I feel about him because he kind of is. He's just like
So Zora's
Packed
not an
world first,
ends
doesn't matter
justify the
about anything
means
else.
kind of guy then?
No, because I think that's what he's trying to like stoke. That's basically what the Veska,
Mhm.
really. Like, I mean, it says even like in the book and stuff like the Veska are actually kind of alright once you're actually under their toe. But I mean, they're very ends justifies the means type of people. Like, that's not very. It's very.
You will enjoy
Yeah.
our good standards of living whether you like it or not. Shakes fist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so far, like our Vesk have not really been like the sorts to like go minions, go die in droves before we go in. I mean, that doesn't seem like the Vesk day. Like we're going in, boys. It's happening.
What's happening, boys?
It's happening.
I think as well, it's
Yeah.
different for Zora because Zora experienced like very like surgical strike levels of Vesk tactics and such when you get put into the Obsidian Star, by comparison to like just generic infantry Vesk, which are like shock troops, like just land them, send them in, let them enjoy winning fights, done. Yeah. Whereas the Obsidian Star kind of we need this guy extracted now because then we can control that planet much quicker than wasting resources on like if there was a planet with a supporting moon or something, you'd be sent in to deal with the moon's defenses and shut it all down so the fleet could just land in and whatnot. So yeah, it's quite a different viewpoint from the idea of just throwing wave after wave of Vesk ship at the Librian, which does seem to be Demogesh's plan.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you're going to do like a clean wipe of like the government, you might as well do it right. Like,
So you agree with Baba?
no, I mean, Matva and Dabugesh aren't good, both of them.
Yeah.
And I mean, I see Babak is like I said, he's a pack world Matva. So I don't really see him as that great, like a fit to go leading everybody on when the dust settles.
But at no point did he make motions to say he's in charge. He's just the one running, the security side of the world, right? There is still a government.
Sneaky bastard.
Well, he 100%
Can't
is
trust him,
very
man.
sneaky. He has done well to be sneaky. Yes. Like his influence is
I
insane.
don't know. I
That's
just he's too subterfuge.
Okay,
Like, I can
yeah.
see him just like not giving a crap about the rest of the world burning as long as like the packed world and he's a daddy stays safe. whatever. I'm not even so much a path world, just as long as they're decisive, because it really does feel like the path world is just that human shield almost, or like meat shield, should I say?
Yeah, it's not the worst place to be.
A meaty shield.
Given that I don't know when Callum will be back, do you wanna take over then? Unless you've got any more thoughts there, Nico.
Oh.
Okay, there you go. And LIGO.
Meaty shield. What I was going to say was that I have fairly similar thoughts. Can I first take this opportunity to say that was the most on-brand thing that has ever happened in this game, was that I just hear a crashing sound and my mind goes, that's Callum. Then another crashing sound. And I was like, is this a joke? Is he doing a bit? No, it's not. He's actually just broke a dish and then broke a glass on top of the dish. And it's... Anyway, sorry Callum, I love you, but that was so fucking on brand. I loved it. It was great. Highlight of my day.
I like the picture evidence. I appreciate this. Thank you.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. We can share that for our top tier Patreon. No, you know what? Everyone's abandoned Patreon. Our top tier supporters in Substack. No, anyway, our paid
the cruise.
Snapchat.
Remember, though,
Yeah. Anyway, stop getting my channel cancelled.
Sorry. So yeah, what I was saying was, that was Lyko really didn't want to think Babak was the bad one. And I don't think he is bad. I think he genuinely believes in what he's doing. I think this is a big Kasathan plot to protect themselves. They've come here looking to be protected by virtue of being part of a larger society. And then they found that society threatened by other things.
Yeah.
So they need to shore up their defences. And in that much, we are aligned. But he has demonstrated an extreme callousness with his own men. And Lyko...
So that's the thing I wanted to that's the thing I wanted you to unpack a bit, right? So expound on that, the maliceness part, because I think
callousness. He
didn't
engineered that way, right? He had part of engineering that weapon.
He didn't infect his own crew. So I think you've maybe misunderstood that part.
Well,
remember, he did say they were meant to observe the handover. They were not meant to. Which doesn't say he commissioned the weapon.
He was in league with the person who did, and he was observing the handover, and they managed to turn it to his advantage. He used those people and they're dead. That's essentially how Lyko sees it. Right?
He did say they were not supposed to intercept, which has obviously not been good, which has then led, obviously, Matva to be able to step in and be like, well, this can look good politically, though, for us.
But the thing is, they did intercept, and there's probably a reason for that. And that reason probably connected to him. I'm not saying that he secretly did tell him to intercept. I'm sure, I got a decent enough read on him, but he can be a hard guy to read, so maybe I am wrong.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to read, that's true. Yep.
Is that whatever happened because they discovered something, and it was very likely something about him.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's Babak gave away as much as to say Shakos was the complication on that mission. Yeah.
So, when you look at it that way, I honestly, I think he's still a danger to Shakos. Clearly, he made that. He didn't really try and hide that. He didn't say explicitly, but
I mean, he was fairly explicit, saying if this conversation doesn't go my way, then I'm a danger to both you and.
Yeah.
He was quite open.
But what he said about her was more a case of like, we'll use whatever method to get this information from her, rather than if you get in out of my way. It was more we'll do what we have to do. But I think the implication also is, if you get in my way.
You could read into that if you wanted. I wouldn't say it was obvious. So no, I think that's definitely a judgment call you need to make, that one.
That's even just the whole, like, the principle or the fact that, like, that he's already basically just, like, used you as, like, a tool already by putting us on the Kevlar case in the first place, if you know what I mean. I mean, he knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah,
Like,
he has been using us, and he has moreover.
he's essentially used you to take in Shakos, essentially. Like,
Yeah, no, his treatment of Shakos is weighing heavily in Lyco's mind. I don't think. I don't think that it will be possible for Lyco to trust him, even if he trusts basically his overarching goals.
Mhm.
Because I think Lyco has seen how underhanded and how dangerous he is.
Mhm.
Uh,
And there's no denying that the last 10 years of literally manipulating almost the entirety of the pact system to work for his agenda, or the Adari agenda.
And bearing in mind, as much as I agree with the goals, I think working with the Vesk in this is crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. It is a massive risk.
It's just begging to be betrayed. And he says, like, right, oh, no, the first time we initiate combat. Well, that does follow.
But then
But
what
Matt
next?
will know
Yeah.
that you would know.
Mhm.
So maybe she waits to the final moment. Maybe she waits to the climactic battle before she betrays you. Or maybe she betrays you right away. And you know that she's betrayed you. And you're still fucked.
Mhm.
Because just knowing that you've been betrayed doesn't protect you against it. You have to take measures. And what measures does he really have in place if she has some sort of back door into his technology?
Mhm.
He's confident she doesn't, clearly, but not confident enough to have a conversation in
Mhm.
private on the ship. I think that's madness. And
It
not
is.
just Lyco. Colin thinks that's insane.
Yeah, like as I said, it's a massive risk in his
It
plan.
takes a ridiculous level of confidence. And granted, if you've been able to manipulate the galaxy, not the galaxy, the solar system, for a decade, why wouldn't you be confident?
Yeah.
But I think he's bitten off more than he can chew. I think
If we look at
he's
it from like
underestimated.
a slightly more objective view than our characters can, shall we say? We step out of them and look at it as players and GM. He 100% has just clearly, like, he had a plan. It was use resources to make plan to save Adari, to go back and like get rid of the Islanti, ideally, right? That was probably his plan. To basically get their homeworld back, right? That would be the plan. But then, obviously, as you mentioned, other complications turned up and kept turning up and compounding themselves. Like the Vesk were a problem, but then that kind of got handled because the Swarm happened. But then the Bone Sages and the Vesk and the Swarm and the Alibrian, and then like
And
everything.
I think it seems very clear that he is gambling on the assumption that the Alibrian will be unable to penetrate their camouflage,
Yes.
which is an untested assumption. It might be a very well founded one, because nothing thus far has. But on the other hand, we've seen what the Alibrian can do when it's just awoken and is pissed off. What's it gonna be able to do when we next see it after spending, 2 years preparing?
Yeah.
We might be talking about something that's orders of magnitudes more dangerous than it was last time we saw it, because it might have a much better idea of where to strike, who to strike, what the capabilities of different factions are, what the intent of different factions are. It might be more aware of the world it's working in.
And the value it has within his grand calculation is so like tertiary again, compared to like obviously his main focus is the
Just to be
Islanti
so
Empire.
confident that that's a problem he can handle.
Or even just it is a problem that's being handled, right? Is the arrogance right there?
I think in a way he's like a synthesis of Matva and Demogish, he has the sneakiness, the underhandedness, but he's also got that arrogance, overconfidence that I will throw my big powerful ships at the problem and destroy it. And he may be right in this case. He may be right. But he is betting on a lot of things going his way. Because as it stands, what he has is a really fancy fleet that not a lot of people know about.
It's not even a particularly big fleet either. Obviously the ships are super advanced and can take on fleets, but...
Yeah, but, quantity has a quality all its own, right? The corpse fleet comes rocking back with a bajillion reanimated swarms, say.
Yeah, they can hit 100 targets. Your 12 ships can't. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's yeah, he seems not remotely naive. I don't think he's unaware of the dangers that other factions pose. But I think he is overconfident in the abilities of his fleet because they are untested. However terrifyingly powerful they are, there are limits to any power. And he is ranging himself to go up against a whole bunch of different powerful stuff. So I think his plan is a little bit crazy. More than a little bit crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
And
yeah.
I think, as we saw there, I think he underestimates just how many factions are at play here. Like, I think the way that he was taken aback by my mention of the bank, well, he's involved the bank, right? And he wasn't thinking about them in the terms that Lyco does, as an organization that might just flat out assassinate people. Even though he must know this.
Well, no, he pretty much said that they have the authority to do that based on legal loopholes. He wasn't shocked at them killing people. He was shocked that you were...
Edgar. He seemed genuinely shocked by my suggestion.
Uh-huh.
But I think what we've seen in Furler alone, like...
Remember, Edgar was after her, remember?
Exactly. You think she couldn't have... she might have been trying to... I mean, she might have been behind the scenes rubbing her hands with glee, right? We don't really know what she's up to right now. Future past Sig might. But do we?
Yeah,
and if
but his past future Zig know about this. Yeah,
is sort of a bit of an outsider now. Well, there are others like her, others that might not be quite as pleasant. Because Furler was all right. She was, no saint, but she was pretty brave, and she did seem basically benevolent. Yeah, pretty vicious, but she did seem ultimately like one of the good guys.
Yeah, she's the type of person you wouldn't be shocked that she could assassinate somebody without remorse, but ultimately would need a reason for it.
I think there's probably crazier people than her in the service of the bank.
Oh yeah, easy.
Because it is a religion, and it's a heavily armed religion.
And she didn't come across as a super, devout person that way. Like, she wasn't very, zealoty in that.
No. But you've got to imagine, some of them must be, right?
And if she is, then she probably is personally religious rather than outwardly, right? Yeah.
I think there are factors there that could get much more out of hand than he's foreseen. I just think this situation, I think he stuffed more powder into the kegs, as it were.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to juggle too many tools. He should be worried about what he drops.
And all of the tools are guns.
Yes.
I think this is a less than ideal situation, and I don't like the way he's gone about creating it, and I don't like the threat that he's implied, and frankly, I don't like the way he's treated Shakos. So, Lyco isn't going to be stupid about it, but I think Lyco has decided this session, okay, I was right about Shakos having suspicions about Babak. I was right that he poses a continued danger to her, because that's why I wanted to go through all the sort of skull and, but Cloak and Dagger of meeting her. what am I willing to do about that?
Mhm.
And as we've discussed, Lyko isn't actually a million miles different than
Mhm.
than Babak. Lyko is willing to do things that he knows are not good things, that he knows
Babak
are...
basically called you on that this particular conversation where he says, "Why didn't
Yeah.
you had such a long leash for me? Because I know, I know
Yeah,
you." Yeah.
He admits it. He knows what he is. Not the good guy. But I think he's crossed some lines for Lyko, and while I'll work with him to an extent for now,
Mhm.
let me just suggest that maybe Lyko might do something incredibly stupid soon.
Yeah, I mean, if ever there was a
Never
time
any
for
other
it.
way, buddy.
Yeah. So
Because
you're,
I have an incredibly stupid idea that is like orders of magnitudes crazy.
so you're literally going to do the thing he was worried about.
Not if I get to Demogesh first.
Just literally
Oh
being
no,
the
no!
worst
My
point.
crazier idea is, why don't we just talk to the Elibrian?
Oh,
How
dear.
much do I
That's
develop
step one of my crazier idea, to be fair, but it
Okay.
is part of it.
Your mate, by the way.
Your mate, by the way,
I mean,
you're fucked. Might as well just
listen,
join you.
I speak something akin to his language. I'm sure he's picked up some more modern vernacular by now.
I was going to say,
Um,
they're easily, yeah, like, Zig spoke to him before. Yeah.
I'm tempted to just Zig. Please take me to Octurne. I have a plan. Don't worry.
No time to explain.
There's no time to explain. Octurne! Ah!
Gil is there for some reason and just stabs you, Lyko, when you appear.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah. Yeah. That's taking me that. There is indeed no time to explain, right?
He didn't let me explain is the best. Oh, fantastic. How we remember things, yes. Okay, yeah, no, I think that's like some really valid, obviously, points, because obviously a lot of information was done this session, right? It was a lot of exposition.
There was an elf queen involved in that as well.
Yes, yes, indeed. Many elf queens. Only some were harmed in the making of this. Poor Lantoral. And also, no. Yeah. So, anything else, Lego?
No, I'll cede the floor to young Callum.
I was going to go back to Zora there. No, okay, yeah, fine. Zig.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, that was awesome. I think I think Colin's right. The Babak does believe he's doing the right thing, and that's fine. But you know, I think he's 10 years in to creating and pulling strings and all this. It's like when's it too much? And it's definitely way past the too much point. He's definitely got too much confidence in his in where he stands.
Would you prefer if I was nervous about his tenure in the making plan? Right? Yeah.
Yeah, and it's I think especially if like that's been his sole goal for the past decade. It can be quite consuming, and when you're hyper focused on something like that, it's very easy to forget or just disregard things that you should be in calculating. But
yeah, if he's calculating it and people keep adding new things to the board, as it were, right?
Yeah, there's only so many things you can realistically hold onto and calculate. There comes a point where you need to be like, okay, right, what's the actual problems that I can deal with now? And it just seems like that instead of trying to deal with problems now, he's committing to this. Like, oh no, it's fine. We'll just pile up all these problems. It's fine. We'll deal with them.
Some of them solve themselves. Yeah, the sheer hope in that.
Or someone else will deal with it, like Elibrian. And And yeah, he did definitely seems like he would be happy to let the Librian just wipe out a few Vesk shit before helping.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it definitely came across that way, that it was like, that's a plan I don't really want to get in the way of, because if that reduces the Vesk threat to the Pack World system, which is currently technically Vesk property in all but name, because of how many ships they've got here.
Yeah, and
Is a problem, to be fair.
It is
Like-
an active danger that he has no answer to yet. So if they're going to solve itself, wouldn't you let it happen? So yeah.
yeah, I mean, say what you want about the Vesk, but Zig doesn't. You know, not all Vesk as a species, just the Viscarium.
Hashtag not all Vesk.
Just remember though, and to be fair, Nico did say that several times at the start of the session, not all Vesk, there is a significant amount of loyalists to Domogesh though. Almost every Vesk
Yeah.
here is a loyalist to Domogesh.
Yeah. But yeah, it's still like Zig still doesn't agree with that. It's not the way that people should do stuff.
Agreed.
I
Yeah.
don't care how underhanded and like you are. It's not good. The
Yeah.
Captain and Thanaida was awesome. Loved that. That was nice.
Mhm.
It was great, yeah. It was surprisingly unawkward.
Yeah, it was like the least awkward
Yeah.
like tete-a-tete he's ever had.
How dare you?
And it was nice to. I mean, I don't want to speak for Thanaida, but for me, it was
Probably
nice
speak for the trees.
Thanaida to have that like actual real chat of, well, here are the logistics. I've sorted this. I've sorted that.
Yeah, the arrangements should made.
Yeah. It's because it gives that extra just like level of realism to
Mhm.
the whole thing.
Like
It's
her
kind of-
situation, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like no, this is it. Like this is the stuff I've had to deal with and think about. So here it is, which is great. And yeah, it was
Are you only saying that
very
because
good.
she left it all to you?
No. What's it gonna do with it, really? Like
Yeah.
Too misplaced.
Turn out into a church or something, probably.
that's it. The Zig that Zig saw was not the Radiant Supreme of the Solar
Spray
Monastery.
paint like big
It
yellow
was the
circles
Radiant
on it.
Supreme of the Burning Sun, which is a
Burning Sun
denomination
Incorporated.
from
Just
the
the Church
Solar
of replacing limbs unnecessarily. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Cyber.
No, that's very much the company that they're already running, to
Yes.
be fair. I'm sure many of those people do actually need their limbs.
Yes. Especially the ones they're
Um,
sourcing.
The proprietor himself, not so much.
Yeah. Anything
yeah.
else?
And yeah, I don't like Babak's methodology there of just having mind breakers on hand.
Yeah, right.
There are nicer ways to get information from people and clear up facts.
Gun.
And I think for Zig, especially because he is like one step to the side of that,
Mm-hmm.
probably dangerously close to the line. I think it is something that Zig probably tries to fundamentally disagree with, while also being horribly aware that it's something he could probably do and has
Yeah.
kind of delved into that side of
You've
himself,
messed
which
with a
isn't-
lot of people's minds.
Yeah. So it's quite hard for him to be on his high horse, but he still has it. So, yeah, it's all. I'm very intrigued to see how
Gonna have a
the whole
horse, may as
Shakos
well be a
thing
high one.
goes.
Sorry, what was that,
Um,
Callum? That last sentence.
It's just I'm really interested to see where the whole Shakos thing goes, and I'm interested to see what Article 1's deal is.
Mm-hmm.
They do seem to have this sort of blind faith in their job, which I'm sure is easily broken.
For her sake, I hope so.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
like,
it's gonna get real messy.
yeah. There's a reason Babak didn't go to the ship. You think you understand that? Definitely was an employee of his that went, an underling.
What happens, happens.
Well, as you can tell, like Babak is clearly calculated for almost everything. Almost. Except all the holes you were easily able to poke in his plan.
I mean, listen, he's had a lot of things in his plate. I'll give him that much credit. He's dealing with a lot of variables, and he has accounted for many of them. But he's
I
one
would
man.
say he's accounted for probably all of them, just that his calculation might be off on a lot of them.
Yeah, he's kind of hoping that hopefully if the one that was carried here doesn't need to be carried, then it will align the rest of the equation in a way that's more fitting. Because you can imagine there must be a timeline for him to launch the attack against the Aslanti Empire, right? And obviously he would rather have the Viscarium fighting them than have to do it himself.
Yeah.
Which, if nothing else, is just a mark of respect for the Viscarium again. Everybody be like, well, why not let the Vesk fight them? They'd at least enjoy
To
it.
be fair, the Vesk probably be quite happy about that.
I was gonna say, yeah, they'll at least enjoy it, you know.
Provided they're strategically able to afford the forces.
Exactly, because obviously the Swarm haven't gone away. It's just currently being held
You
back.
have to press the swarm go away button.
Yes, it's just the Bone Sages are kind of dealing with that. So the Viscarium safety hinges on the Bone Sages agreement with Demogesh, which is obviously tentative at best. And obviously then the Vesk forces in the Pact World system should really be defending the Viscarium, ultimately, against the Swarm, which means if the Aslanti Empire were smart, they'd move against the Viscarium now. If they were aware of any of the politics going on in this system. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, it's
to be fair,
awkward.
I think they're quite far away.
They are. They are significantly far away, yes. They're like almost a whole season away. Yeah.
By the time they get here, it's just it's
everybody's been
old
recast. Yeah. Anything else?
No, it was great. Thank you for running.
You're welcome. Thank you for playing. Love you.
Apologies for my
It's okay.
distraction.
It was smashing. You know that? Yeah.
It was a smashing.
Yeah.
It was smashing. It's
Thought it was
great.
going cold and walked
I'm
into
gonna
the
go
stream.
back, find that, and clip it. Because
Nice. Okay. Thanks for that, Nico. Yeah.
It's still gold, mate.
Yeah, that was good.
It was an interesting rendition.
I liked it. As I said, I hope you enjoyed this. As I said, it was quite nice for you to finally get some info from Babak, firsthand. So I've had a lot of questions about him. So it was nice to share a lot of that. A lot of it's been a long time coming. As I was going to mention there as well, you can tell just from the fact that the Bank of Abadar assassination, connections with Aspis, plot does go literally all the way fucking back to the session where the first job Edgar offered you after the cargo run was literally, well, she's annoying me, so could you maybe go deal with her?
Yep.
Yeah. So it's
Going back to our roots, man.
Yeah, not just making this up as I go. There is some weird plan.
I forgot to say, sorry we didn't have Alex here. It was a shame. I hope you're able to be with us and not your wife next time.
Yes.
She can fly yourself away from her for 2 seconds.
Or bring her with you.
Your wife, man.
Or bring her
One
with
night
you.
a week, mate. One day a week, that's all we ask.
Not even a whole night, just 4 hours of it,
Yeah.
or in
Like,
this
she's
case,
got all the
35.
rest of the time,
Yeah.
I don't think that's fair.
Also,
That's all I'm
Charity has
saying.
a foothold in this game, right? Just level Emlyn up to catch up with the gang. You can have quit Aspis, and then, come join the crew again.
Right.
Yeah,
It's a petition.
sorted.
We'd love to have you back.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Come back for the ending.
Hashtag come back, Evelyn.
Yeah, hashtag Emlyn return. But yes, no, again, thank you all for playing. That's a lot of fun. Obviously, I love running this game to bits, and I can't wait till it's over, because then we'll have had, hopefully, a satisfying conclusion. Hopefully.
Hey.
I was going to say, you are running it to bits.
Thank you. Hey! Oh. Yes, running it until it just fragments on its own. Yes. So,
infinitely.
The
Or
joys.
eternally.
Eternally.
Fuck, words.
Honestly, I never realised how apt the name would have been, but this far in, like, fucking Fragments of Eternity. I should just change the title to Fragments of Nearly Done. And then I'm free of
Or just eternity.
No, because that's what we're in. I think you free us of that curse. The problem is, see, at this point now I've shared so much of the lore now, sitting going, oh, there's so many other parts of this I want to explore now. And I'm like, no, you need to write less. Write less. Get out while you can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, I mean, I still have a load of things I would love to explore in this game that clearly aren't in the main quest line. Just purely because I'm like, yeah, what is going on with everything else that we haven't followed up on? You know? What did the Kasathans and the Greys get up to? Right? Loads of shit like that. What's happening with Islante Empire? All that shit. Yeah. But anyway, so...
Turns out those things might actually be relevant, though.
Yeah. While we're here, though, thank you everybody who watched as well. Thank you to Siren, as per usual.
Thank you.
And
Thanks,
everybody else who
Siren.
joined us. And goodbye, everybody. Say goodbye.
Goodbye,
everybody.
everybody.
Bye.